we are back at this lovely piece of work here. And yeah, I still have lots to do. Let's light this candle. I got the space for it right now. Might as well get some ambiance. And here we go. Alright, what do I got? Yeah. Oh, I did my nails. These are actually kind of like an interesting color. It reacts in the sunlight. And I'm absolutely gonna pick something interesting to listen to. Right now I actually have thunder and lightning sounds, but that's because I was testing my audio. I'm not sure what kind of mood I am in. But welcome. If you're just joining me, I am going to be inking my work in a second here. We're working on the green. This is the direction it's going to be facing. I believe so far, from what I can tell, it's at least a lake and at least maybe some meadowlands and maybe some mountains in the back. Haven't decided yet. I always kind of draw sideways, so this was actually drawn in this direction, just so you all know. And then I kind of decided it was more like this, which typical. Typical for me at least. Hopefully everybody's having a wonderful evening. If you're joining me tonight, it is the eve of 4th of July, which means in where I'm at in the US, they are being wonderfully noisy with fireworks, and it's kind of keeping me up, but I do not have work in the morning, so I am okay. I'm just doing something with my time, I guess. So overall, I think this piece so far, at least 8 hours. I mean, I have, one stream drawing it, and I also spent the full next 2.5 days finishing. And then it's been about, I want to say, 4 or 5 hours coloring so far. I'm using ink pens because I like ink, like ink, as in ink. So feel free, if you do decide to join me, just say hi. I like chatting quite a bit. I've actually thought about putting this in the just chatting, because I'm not really doing any substantial artwork. I am just doing my artwork. This isn't figure drawing, this isn't like commission, this is just me fucking around. Currently the ink I'm using is Pilot's Precise V5. They had a set, it's wet ink. It's not as wet as this Varsity set by Pilot, which I really enjoy. Like, okay, we're gonna break out this bad boy. Hi again, Les. Nice to see you. I love this wet ink. Look how wet this is. The only thing that would be better is if I had a better pen. But these pens are actually really nice. They have really nice tips to them. Hopefully everything's going good with you so far, Les. It has been a day. I did not feel good today. My tummy was upset. I slept in until 2:30 in the afternoon. And that's because I was not feeling good. Even though I went to bed at like 11:30. Actually, I went to bed sooner than that, but that's when I turned off the light. Just one of those days, I guess. Color is nice and rich. Oh, no worries. I've just been, my tummy's been awful all day. I finally got it to settle down a bit. I finally ate something today. I had something straight away when I got up, but you know how sometimes that's just like, oh, that was a bad choice, and then you spend the rest of the day being icky. Well, that was it. Oh my goodness, we are out of ink. Okay, that's a dead player. That is a oot. You're doing all right. Did a bunch of cleaning and now you're just relaxing. I'm glad you're getting to relax. Yeah, you mentioned that you were cleaning earlier. I was hoping this would be a lot lighter in color. It is not. Why did I grab the wrong blue? I did grab the wrong blue. The other blue was hiding. Okay, this will work for now. Well, the reason I got that this other set of pens is because I knew I was running out of ink on the other ones. So it's as expected. I don't know, I guess right now I have decided not to listen to anything. I'm listening to rain sounds and thunderstorm, which honestly is super relaxing. There was this I think it was a website, and it had like rain noises and jazz, like piano jazz, and I absolutely kind of love that. Like, I think it also had noises of a cafe. I like that kind of thing though. I like things to be atmospheric when it comes to doing anything. Well, anything creative. So, are you and the fam all ready for 4th of July? Are you doing any fireworks or anything special? You got some new colored pencils today, so you're gonna start coloring in your Buffy coloring book again. Awesome. I love coloring too. Obviously. Liz bought me a World of Warcraft coloring book for Christmas one year when we were still engaged, and I love that one because it's just like super fun. But at the same time, it's like I know the characters, so I know what color they're supposed to be, so I can't have fun with it. It's like I must color these true to character. So it's like, oh, okay, well, what color is that part of Nether Storm? It's that purple. But I have to say, it is pretty fun. I love coloring a lot. I like coloring with color pencils because you can do a lot of really good shading work. You're watching fireworks at your grandma's, and she's having a barbecue. You don't feel much like celebrating this year. I mean, I've never really felt like celebrating 4th of July. Maybe it's a cynic in me, but the only times I really liked doing that were more family activities than anything else. When we had a boat on the Columbia in Hayden Bay, we would go sit on the boat and watch the fireworks that would be shot over the Columbia River between Oregon and Washington at Battleground, Washington. And it was really, really pretty. I liked that. That was nice. We'd have hot cocoa and hot dogs and stuff like that, make a whole day of it. Sometimes we'd go sailing out there. But like during holiday stuff, it was more everybody was out in their boats, and so it wasn't quiet anymore. So, you know, people in jet skis and motorboats, and here we are, a sailboat. So we didn't really do much sailing on holidays. But it sure was fun to watch the fireworks. Grandmother's 90 now, so you don't know how many more holidays you have left with her. Yeah, I imagine so. Being 90 is quite, you know, quite a long life. Also, you feel the same way about the Buffy coloring book. You want to get the colors right. Yeah, exactly. Your grandma's house is on a lake, and fireworks over the lake is really pretty. Sure is. Fireworks in water. Always really, really pretty. We have like a plateau or a mesa, I guess it would be, considering the desert terrain here. There's a mesa right next to where I'm located, and it's just like a short drive to get up on top of it. And from there you can see the entire valley stretching out past multiple towns and cities, so you can see a lot of the fireworks, which is really, really cool. Except when they accidentally light the hillside on fire. That's always fun. They did that a couple years ago when we were up there. Someone had a bright idea, and we're under a fire watch, so of course nobody should be shooting off fireworks, and everybody's going to be, so I expect there to be lots of fires tomorrow. I'm sure there has been so far. People are really irresponsible here. But, oh, what do you get? I think we're probably gonna stay in, since COVID and all of that, and these people don't mask, and you know, who the fuck feels like celebrating? I don't think we're actually gonna go out this time. We'd usually just drive up like right before it started, like, because the city puts on a little show too, and then just watch. But I don't think we're gonna, I don't know, it really depends. But since I am in Utah, they have another day this month where they have more fireworks. It's called Pioneer Day. It's celebrating the Mormons. It's wonderful. Great state holiday. So, yeah. I'm being really cynical tonight. I'm not really having a good night, I guess. But that's me. Sometimes we have off nights and sometimes we don't. I was hoping I'd get to play bass today, but I'm actually glad that they canceled, because, I mean, it's odd, because, like, literally man has to be, like, super, super sick in order to say, hey, I'm sick, I'm not coming. And Bronk and I are like, yeah, there's no point if we don't have the three of us. So I'm glad that he canceled though, because my tummy's been off all day too. So that kind of looked out. That's how I wound up sleeping until 2:30. I woke up at 11 with an alarm and felt awful. Noticed some messages, said okay boys, thanks, and then like went to sleep. Yeah, who isn't cynical right now? That's for sure. It's it's hard to maintain positivity a lot of the time. I guess I would say that I'm not wholly like in a horrible pessimistic mood, but I am not exactly feeling the best. So it's making me mentally not have as much of a good time, I guess. Which is why I wanted to color. I was thinking of starting another ink piece, but I also kind of feel like I should finish this one. Yeah, it was lucky that they did. That's what I was thinking. I was even thinking of messaging, hey, yeah, I'm not feeling good too, so that's a good call. But then I'm like, no, I look like a hero if I say, oh yeah, no worries, no problem. We'll just pick it up next week. Posturing, it's funny. But it's true. You know, I'm not the one that canceled. Though I wanted to. Like, as soon as I woke up, I knew that things weren't gonna go right. I was gonna ask to cancel. Yeah, hopefully tomorrow's a better day. I'm sure it will be. My stomach's already doing a lot better. Greens. Gonna get back to the greens. I'm glad I got the Discord set up. That's like nice to have, I think. Have some ginger tea. I'll have some ginger tea. That always helps you. Ginger tea does the same to me. It's just 80 degrees. It's a little warm for tea, but I do have my cold water here. Like with the heat outside, it has made it really warm inside here, even on good days, unfortunately. Thanks, I'm glad that you like it. It's nice having you there. It's nice having a place, I think. Because, like, I'm on a server that it's like, okay, there's more than one person running this, and even though I'm one of the people running it, it's like not my home, I guess it would be. It's not my place to stick stuff. I have places there to stick stuff if I really want to, but and I just don't feel like it right now. It's nice to kind of have my own thing. Yeah, I wish I had some cold ginger tea. That'd be great. But I got water, and water is good. Let's see if we can get this to readjust. There we go. I wonder if we can get the bottom at least. Get some of this bright green in there. Now, I would absolutely hate if I didn't have, like, any more pen. if I run out of green ink, I'm gonna be screwed. I'll have to switch to marker, and I really don't want to switch to marker since this is ink so far. So we can't really have tap water here because it is so heavily chlorinated for one. Like, you smell it and you're like, oh. But for two, it's also slightly irradiated because of the nuclear fallout from nuclear bomb testing in the 1940s and 50s and 60s. So, it's apparently at safe levels, but yeah. So, unfortunately, I do get exposed to it because I have to take a shower. Wash dishes and clothes in it and everything like that, but I'm just like, I've been here 10 years and the amount of like cancer cases out here is funny. Yeah, I've run out of bottled water and it's terrible. I used to have a Brita filter, but I don't have one currently. And that doesn't even really do much except cut the chlorine. It's all the other stuff I worry about, the heavy metals. Yeah, I don't trust it to drink it, really. It doesn't even taste good. It's really nice visiting other places, though, and going, oh yeah, the water's great. And they're all like, the water's terrible here. And I'm like, no. You know, the only tap water that I think was worse or as bad that I've tasted was in the Midwest. Some of that tap water was really bad. You have asbestos in your home. You can't afford to get it removed. Ooh, that sucks. Well, hopefully you won't have to, like, do anything that causes it to come out from the places that it's in. Apparently it's only really danger if you go messing with it. Yeah, like scraping it off. You have popcorn ceilings and it's in the ceiling. Ah, yeah. You gotta keep those popcorn ceilings, unfortunately, because that is asbestos stuff, if I remember right, too. We had popcorn ceilings in the house I grew up in. I always thought it was a neat texture, but yeah. Apparently they're not so good. I don't know, flat ceilings just seem weird. I have a flat ceiling here. It's an old 70s house. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, the house that I grew up in was like from 1978, 76, something like that. So when my parents bought it in the mid-80s, it wasn't too old. And everything had popcorn ceilings then. We didn't move into a different house until I was like in middle school, so that was like mid-90s. And by then they had phased out all the popcorn ceiling stuff. And it was just kind of like textured spackle kind of deal. The kitchen still has the original wallpaper. It's cute, very retro. Oh, I bet that's fun. Some of the 70s wallpapers are interesting. But they're also can be annoying to take off. Like, the one in the living room of the house that we grew up in, which had the popcorn ceilings. It was linen and like basically tiny woven rope kind of thingamaboppers. It was a texture. It was textured in the sense that it was actually, you know, different cloth pieces. Like, I don't know, it's strange to, it was kind of string-ish, I guess it would look like. It was weird. And the bathrooms still have the original wallpaper that hates and she wants to tear it off. I mean, more power to her. Hopefully you'll get a chance to. I know with like just regular wallpaper, it's always really hard to get off. So wallpaper that's been there forever, I would think that it would be quite a bit of work. It was kind of cool, the textured wallpaper. But it was also really annoying to get off because it was backed by, you know, just plain wallpaper, like I guess some type of paper. And so like the all the linen pieces of string kind of delimobubber. It kind of looked like rattan now that I'm thinking about it too, but like it wasn't. But yeah, that stringy stuff all came off first. Faye, hi. You plan on being there for a long time, so you'll redo it eventually. Well, I hope that you get to enjoy redoing it. Yeah, you hear wallpaper, so you're assuming it's something annoying. I mean, literally, we were talking about wallpaper. Oh, because we were talking about environmental hazards. That's how we got to it, because I was talking about how the water here is irradiated because of the nuclear fallout from weapons testing in the 40s and 50s, and even though it's at, you know, safe levels, it's still kind of like, so I always opt for the bottled water. And then Leslie was talking about how she has asbestos in her house, or their house, pardon. Yeah, we're totally exciting. It's not just, you know, watching wallpaper curl. We're actually discussing the wallpaper as it curls. It is a good night. We have all kinds of fireworks going off still. It's just randomly, there's just noises. It's gonna be a fun day for animals tomorrow. Because it's 4th of July in these here parts. I just really hope they don't light anything else on fire. You know, I think my candle might actually be scented. I think it might be like generic French vanilla or something. I don't know. So how is Faye doing tonight? Hopefully you were doing well. Noctis is freaked out by the really big ones, but he doesn't mind all the other ones when it comes to fireworks. But he's been through, this will be his 3rd 4th of July. So, feeling despondent and decided to distract himself by watching Good Omens with a friend. Oh, that is lovely. Good Omens is really, really good. I loved that show. I love the book too, mind you. The book is a fave. But they did a really good job with the cast. And I was really pleased with Good Omens. Ah. Well, wonderful time to introduce your friend is when they don't haven't seen something yet. That's great. I'm glad that you got a chance to watch. It's always fun, like, bringing somebody into, like, a new favorite thing. You should get the audiobook. Definitely rent it if you can. Terry Pratchett and Neil Gaiman both wrote it, so it is hysterical, and there is footnotes and everything. Your friend said, yeah, he's someone who doesn't watch TVs and movies much alone, so you get to introduce him to a lot of stuff. That's wonderful. And same here. Like, I don't read books much anymore. I was much more voracious reader when I was younger. But if you can do audiobooks, that's wonderful. Language usage such stated. See, yeah. It would be interesting to read it again. Because it was so fun. I'm glad that they changed it. We mostly do audiobooks and podcasts, especially since the pandemic started. A lot of people have been that way. Les loves Neil Gaiman. Can't wait for Sandman to come out on Netflix. Me either, my goodness. And same with Faye. Absolutely excited for that. The casting is brilliant, and I cannot wait. That is if I actually get to watch it, because I have a tendency to start something and then not continue, or I have a tendency to like just not watch it even though I want to. If neither of us have listened to the Sandman adaptations on Audible, they're incredibly well done. Podcast keeps Aaron saying, I have a hard time with podcasts. The only time I was able to do a podcast listen recently was when I was on a road trip and in traffic, because music wasn't cutting it. I needed something stimulating while I waited in dead stop traffic. So I listened to Desperate Acts of Capitalism on the way back from Oregon last September. And it was good. They were funny. But I kind of knew CT was funny anyway. But the other person that they had in the podcast was also really funny. Is Lucifer going to be in it? The same Lucifer from the series? So Lucifer is going to be in it, but not the same actor. They also... Lucifer from the Lucifer series is kind of a spin-off of a spin-off of a spin-off when it comes to Lucifer's character, from what I'm understanding. Yeah, Desperate Acts of Capitalism is very funny. Wish CT would get back to that project. That'd be great. But I'm excited for their book more than anything. So hopefully they continue writing really well with it. Yeah, I liked the Lucifer series. Like, it was a non-typical police procedural, is how it wound up being, which was actually enjoyable. Except, police procedurals. So you know how Lucifer in the Sandman comics is based on David Bowie? Yep. Michael Sheen does Lucifer's voice in the Sandman Audible version. Holy shit, it was an uncanny resemblance. Oh my goodness. That must have been something else. Michael Sheen doing David Bowie's voice. That would have been... That's something. So surreal. Brought you to tears. Aww. Thinking about it, what a touching tribute now. Liz and I are both David Bowie fans. Yeah, Lucifer was a bit formulaic, but I did like the overarching plot that they decided to give it, which was fun. My sister was more of a David Bowie fan than me, but I am still a big David Bowie fan. I was thinking of doing like a Labyrinth night on my brand new Discord. Like, just a watch party. That would be so fun. You're mostly a Bowie fan through Labyrinth. I mean, aren't we all? Tights and all. But I really, my sister, since she was so obsessed with Bowie, like, we rented so much of his media, so we got to see all kinds. I've gotten to see David Bowie in so many weird things. Like, it's fantastic. Like, if I could recommend one, I would recommend the Linguini incident, I think it was. Let me double check. Yes, okay, so it was done in 1991. It stars David Bowie and Rosanna Arquette, and Marlee Matlin's in it also. Maura Tierney, like a whole bunch of like unknown actresses, but it's a crime comedy set in New York, and David Bowie is playing opposite Rosanna Arquette. So it's also kind of a rom-com, but kind of not. It's David Bowie in a crime film. If I remember right, it was an art heist. Like, that one's an interesting David Bowie film that you wouldn't expect. It's not a David Bowie film. It's like a film, and David Bowie's actually in it. And he's charming as all get out. Let's see. If you like paranormal stuff, recommend the podcast, and that's why we drink. It's a great one and funny. That sounds interesting. You have a Bowie coloring book. That's awesome. And Faye said that I said friend Labyrinth because he'd never seen it, and the first scene Jared showed up, I said, and this is why I'm queer. Indeed. And cheers to that. Fuck girl, me too kind of deal. Or was it? Damn, bitch. Me too. Fucking love that gif because it's like so true. And she like takes a sip of Arizona iced tea. Like, yeah, I'll drink to that. That's why I'm queer. Labyrinth watch party would sound super fun. Remember my sister had a Bowie related screen name? Yeah, it was Lady Grinning Soul she used to go by. Which is an absolutely perfect like screen name. But yeah. Cheers to this queer reckoning for you as well. And you remember Marlee Matlin from a police show that she used to be in? Yeah, she's done all kinds of stuff. I have to say though, like, I'm kind of jealous of my sister's like screen name from 1997, I guess it would be. Yeah, Lady Grinning Soul is a really good screen name. She came up with that one. I only remembered it because I was jealous. If I'm honest. It's like, damn, that was clever. That's a really good song too, Lady Grinning Soul. Yeah, not even any X's in it. Right? Well, this is the time before they, you know, people started being trendy with X's and crap like that. I think you're around our age, right, Faye? Because Les is around my age and I just turned 40, so. I don't even know what her handles are anymore. It's kind of funny. I think it's Meta-Kate, which, I mean, that's very meta. Hey, you just turned 38. And happy birthday! "38 is a good age." Les's birthday is coming up pretty soon. Because you're a Leo, right, Les? That's how I remember people's birthdays. Like if I could show you, except my phone's using the camera, my calendar, I swear, is just like filled this month with birthdays because I know so many Cancers and Leos. Yeah, Discord does have a User code. 39 going on 40, the 25th of this month. Yeah, we both have the same birth year, don't we? I forgot about that. You feel very old around some of the people in our service. Yeah. I know, right? I mean, I think all three of us have been perpetually online since we got online access. Yeah. Me and Vic were talking about ye olden internet days early on one of the servers we're in. Yeah, which was really funny, okay, because like Les I have known since I was 15, 14, 16. When did we both fall into the same circles, Les? It was like 96, 97. Yeah, since the dawn of time. I met Les because Les was running a fanfiction list, like email list. And we hit it off chatting. This was before most people had AOL. I was let's see, what did I use? First we had Macintosh's eWorld. And then once Apple decided not to go forward with that, we switched over to, I think, Netscape, or no, Earthlink maybe, something in between there. I think it was Earthlink. Yeah, I was like 97. So I was like 15. And I joined the Lennon list. That's right, the Lennon list. Those were the days, my friend. I would frink it. Ria's Beetle Fanfiction Archive before I started my own. That was when real people fanfiction wasn't like unheard of, and people didn't really look down on it because nobody knew about it. It was the first John Lennon list, and he had a ton of people on that thing. Yeah, it was. He started your internet days on an Animorphs RP AOL chat room. Nice. I miss the world, the wild World Wide Web, as I like to call it. You know, like, when we had more anonymity and we told people not to, like, talk to strangers or give up information, though Les and I definitely did that once we figured out that we were both actually around the same age, you know. But, like, those days were unfortunately long gone when it comes to privacy and anonymity too. It's such a different internet nowadays. Good old Angel Fire. Damn right. Angel Fire and GeoCities ran the world. At least the fandom world. It's very weird that people like just have their real names on like TikTok or whatever, right? People look down on it now. I didn't even know. Oh, yeah, with the fanfiction. You've been out of fanfiction forever. Yeah, once we figured out we weren't creepy old men, exchanging letters and talking on the phone. Parents always warned about creepy old men on the internet. So funny, like, Luckily, my parents haven't fallen for any of the propagandas and stuff like that. But at the same time, you know, I'm the one that's telling people not to talk to creepy old men on the internet. It is funny to think back on, like, what we used to get away with and what we definitely can't now, but at the same time, what other freedoms we used to have with the internet and what we do not have when it comes to that now. Hi Josie, nice to see you. Faye said, because I grew up with a cop for a dad who was very overprotective, patriarchal, and your parents were like, don't give out personal info ever, and now boomers are on Facebook giving out. Yeah, it's sad. Oh yeah, you and I would get phone cards in order to call long distance. Like, those were the days. You'd have to get, like, you know, it was 3 cents a minute, or if you got a really good card. And honestly, they were really good cards. It's nice to see all 3 of you here tonight. It's been... I think my mood's improving. I'm less cynical right now. So I'm glad that people... glad that my friends are here. It's nice. Did I ever do the thing where you call a 800 number and have someone call you with call waiting and switch over so your parents didn't hear the phone ring? No, but that would be super fucking clever. Yeah, like Aaron said, that's very smart. We didn't think about that. My goodness. That would have been something else. That is very, very smart. You only had one phone line, so you had to get creative. Makes sense. Since my dad ran a business, we had a second phone line, so of course we would use that for like everything. My poor sister and I would fight over the internet because, you know, one computer, style up. You had your own phone line. Oh yeah. Your house only had one, so you couldn't get online until late at night. Yeah, see, like, what I would do if I was, like, say, reading a fan fiction, because back in the day, I would open multiple chapters in multiple windows, so that way I could read it offline. Like, I'd load all the windows and then just go offline once I had them loaded. You use the internet all the time so your grandparents made the decision to get you your own line. Yeah, that's nice. I mean, my dad's business line, he had to do business on it too, but like, you know, his business wouldn't be after like 6 p.m. So we'd get to use it no problem, which is why I was online all the time and I got to talk to Les. And Susie said that she was around with dial-up mostly for the years you were in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, there are still some places that do dial-up, by the way, because it's in the middle of nowhere. Where you lived, where Faye lived, was super rural, so still only dial-up access there. Too far out for DSL or cable, too many trees and for a decent satellite. Right? I was really stoked for DSL when I was living in North Dakota. There was the place I was at had was in the middle of nowhere pretty much. Well, at least it seemed like it to me, but it really wasn't. It was actually in town. But, you know, before a lot of it had more than just dial-up, so when they put the DSL line, I was super happy. When you visit your dad, you can get mobile coverage. If I, like, set my phone by one particular window, but that's it. It's very unreliable. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I have to go with a specific company here when it comes to wireless to make sure it has good coverage through the desert, because there's just a lot of dead spots. Luckily, that's the same company that my mom and sister and my dad were using anyway, so I'm just on their plan with them. You remember sneaking on the free People PC or AOL when they took your internet away for your backgrounds? Oh my god, I remember that. They would have like a free trial and you can get like the CDs for free. Yep. Oh hell yeah, everybody remembers AOL CDs. When one of my friends lived in Arizona, she got her internet through one of those relay dishes. Yeah, those can be really helpful too. I remember you getting the internet being sneaky, like, less. Because they took your internet away. Yeah, so many AOL CDs. We never used AOL, because, yeah, my dad's business. We always had something else. And AOL did not have an Apple-friendly platform for the longest time. And then once they did, once you were able to hook up Macintoshes, as they were in those days, they weren't a good price. And my dad realized, hey, they're just putting all kinds of crap on your computer and stuff. This is stupid. Let's go back to the other stuff. Because we did a trial once. And my dad was like, yeah, no, this is stupid. Which it was. It was a more gated internet. You're addicted, you couldn't be without the internet. I know! I don't know if it was addiction so much as, you know, having friends in places and reading and your interests and all kinds of stuff. But I guess if there were internet addicts, you and I would definitely be them, considering how perpetually online we've been. Macs are always stupid and expensive. They are. I don't have them anymore for the simple fact that there's no user serviceable parts with them anymore. So, the heck with that. The only thing that I have that is Apple currently is my old iPod. I don't even like their phones. Their phones bother me. I have an Android. I don't know. I'm kind of a... I used to be much more of an Apple snob, and I am definitely not now. I'm like, fuck Apple. They've done so much to damage to consumers when it comes to, like, being able to service crap and all that bullshit, so I'm like, fuck them. You met all your partners except your high school boyfriend online. Yeah, I guess same. Other than my first ex-fiance Lou, who I met in college. And then, like, you know, boyfriends and girlfriends in high school, everybody has been online. It's so funny. Josie has an Android. You have an iMac and you paid way too much for it and it's used. Yeah, they are expensive. MacBook, iPad, iPod. The battery in my iPod sucks. Yeah, they can be. Planned obsolescence is the worst, and that is exactly it. You know how old my iPod is? My iPod is from 2004. So, or 2005, one of the two. It's the old click wheel before they had color and before, like, when it was basically like, you know, dot matrix Game Boy and and it still works because of that, because it was before their planned obsolescence policies went in place. I have an iPhone. You used to work with Apple, so kind of got hooked on iPhones. Yeah, met your wife online, so totally get that. Yeah, that's cool. You and Liv met online. Liz, my ex-fiance that I'm living with right now, who is my roommate, she and I met online, playing World of Warcraft. We spent so many hours in there. Faye met your nesting partner online in 2003 when it was still considered weird to meet people online. Yeah, it was in those days. Jutsu said, I was told when I went to school for animation a MacBook was what you needed for classes. Shocker. Everyone came to class with PCs. Right? Faye's also met a few partners through MMOs. Jersey said, I'm glad that I stream on Twitch, or you wouldn't have met Natalie. Aw. I'm glad that you stream on Twitch too. You should do that more often. Glad you met Natalie there. That's wonderful. Yeah, it's hard to find the time to stream. It's kind of like why I'm streaming weird hours and like doing strange things, is because I was like, can I stream this? Yeah, probably. Not that I need to, it's just kind of like thinking on it. It's been kind of fun, like having people hang out. Like I finished the rest of the ink work on this and I was like, maybe I should have streamed it. I can't think of what to do, and in a stream, watching someone constantly die and loses interest after a while. I would think so. When Faye streams, you're mostly just streaming for your long distance partner to watch you play stuff. That's sweet. I'm just streaming to stream. I like talking to people. I like learning about their lives. And I mean, I guess that's kind of like always been a thing. If I think back to like how I met Les, it was just because it was interesting to chat with people through the wonders of the internet. I think I'm always going to be like that because I like hearing about people's lives. People will watch anything. I mean, yeah, y'all are watching me color this right now, right? Maybe watching the candle. I've got my new upgraded, what's it called? My VTuber avatar. Like, I messed with her artwork today, and it's been nice. Like, I think I like her a lot. I wish she would blink more often, though. You've pondered, like, maybe trying to stream more as a streamer, TM, but you're worried about, like, mentally turning my gaming hobby into a hustle. Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's the thing, is turning something into a hustle is like the hard part. Like, not wanting to make it a hustle. Like, I'm doing my best not to make this a hustle. I don't want to. It just doesn't feel right. And same with my gaming, for that matter. Yeah, my girl's new and improved. Oh, let me show you this real quick. So yeah, I redid the neckline on, let me just break the third wall here when it comes to like this. Yeah, so I've redone her dress, and her, the neckline is the most noticeable while she's sitting. I've also like tweaked her face and some of the animations when it comes to how she pronounces things, and did her hair so that way it has some outlines so you can kind of see that. I've also redone the hair. I redid the cat ears, made them more cat-like. I did a lot of work. I also redid some of the skin. It's funny. You don't really think about these little things, but all the little things go in. Ba-doop. You otherwise can't and don't really work though. Yeah, and it'd be nice to have a way to get some money on the side. I totally agree. Like, that would be good. I mean, I myself am struggling financially, so I totally understand. Like, having some extra, having anything come in is nice. Like, I'm going through a bankruptcy, and I am currently off of work due to my migraines. So I'm on short-term disability, which only pays 60% of my normal worked hours. So I'm basically, I worked it out through geometric logic. The amount of money I'm making per hour if I were to work instead of staying home and trying to deal with these migraines is I'm making less than $10 an hour. So that is not enough to make rent or anything, really. And then I have the bankruptcy payments and, you know, food and stuff on top of it. And I'm the only one with income in my apartment, so it's tough. As a spoonie, though, I like can't guarantee regular schedule stream. You know, same. So that's why I've just kind of like had such random stuff. I tried to get a stream schedule, and I realized the only thing I can reliably make is Mondays usually. But like between, you know, spoons and migraines, it's never ever gonna be like a normal schedule. It's gonna be catch as catch can. So you watch how the Preservation Society does stuff. It makes you feel a little better because they also flex a lot in their schedules. Yeah, they do. Yeah, my normal pay rate is $22.31, so my rent is almost $1,000. So and I'm the only one paying for it. So if I didn't have help from my mother, at this point I would be out of house and home. So I'm incredibly grateful for her help. She has been absolutely a literal lifesaver. Because there's no way I would have been able to do this at all. I would have had to move out immediately, basically. Yeah, even the cheapest places are still 1,100 a month. They're about 12 to 14 here. And it's not just me that I have to think about. Plus, I'm on a lease, so my lease is not up until November 1st anyway. So I would still be out the amount of money regardless. It's just would I owe it, or would I live here and owe it, or would I owe it somewhere else? Because that's the thing about bankruptcy. You can't declare bankruptcy again a second time, generally speaking, right after you've declared it. So everything's on me right now. I'm doing my best. Because there's all these medical bills and everything too. Like the MRI that I had alone was like $1,100. So it's like, oh, okay. Well, then all these doctor visits and everything. Look at me. I'm whining about my health. Goddamn, being 40 sucks. Anyway, enough about me whining about my living situation. Eventually I'll get out of here. Eventually. Flesh prisons, right? It sucks until, like, when the wheels start falling off, so to speak. But hopefully I'll be back to work soonish. Within the next month or so. We'll see what happens. And then maybe I can pay off the bills that I already have going on. Stick some away for moving. Once I get all that figured out. The mortgage is like $1,400 and Liz is the only one working and somebody's always super tight. Yeah, once Harry's in school he can work again. Hopefully things, you know, ease up for you both. I know, like, with the cost of groceries right now, which are absolutely insane in the US, Faye, if you must know, our grocery prices have basically gone up 300%. They've like tripled since the start of the pandemic, and they're increasing even higher. And gas is an insane amount. It's like $5.50 where I am at for a gallon of gas, where it used to be about $2.50. So, like, everything's gone up, and just an insane amount in the last couple of years here. Like cross country, no BS. It's just like wow. So. It's been super tough for like families and everybody just in general, except for like the uber rich, of course. They're like, let them eat cake. The rich get richer and the poor get children, as my dad would say. I absolutely hate grocery shopping now. It's always so much. Tell me, I can't buy things that are cheap. Like, eggs are my main source of protein now because, like, I don't have enough money for anything else. And I can't really eat grains and stuff because I'm a diabetic. So, my diet is really screwed because I don't have any money for anything that I need to. I figure one of these days I'm just gonna live off of those ketogenic protein shakes, because they make them now for like Slim Fast or whatever, or Atkins, the kind where you can make the powder. Because I can at least afford milk, kind of. Milk and eggs. Yeah, restrictive diets are really bad. I mean, I subsist on tea and eggs. And cheese. Lots of cheese. But even cheese is insanely expensive right now. cheese is really, really expensive. Oh, that's a nice offer for the eggs. I appreciate that. It's really nice of you, Josie. You tried Silent for a while, but your ADHD brain ends up bouncing off the same texture flavor. Yeah. Chicken drumsticks, usually affordable. You do a lot of drumsticks. Unfortunately, chicken on the bone, when it comes to like drumsticks, is a texture thing that I really cannot. I can't do dark meats. When it comes to chicken, like chicken thighs or drumsticks, it's just texturally there's an issue for me. Unfortunately. And I ate myself out of chicken wings in the sense of I had so many of them that I have now a dislike for chicken wings. Fate's mostly vegan, partially because your body arbitrarily makes the choice to become lacto-ovo intolerant. Know that feel. I used to be an ovo-lacto vegetarian for a very long time, like 8 years. You knew me when I was vegetarian, and yeah, I am also horribly anemic, so that did not work out well eventually, because I just can't get enough nutrients when it comes to that. Yeah, chicken breast is stupidly expensive. I mean, so I've taken to eating a lot of pork, actually, which is not too terrible. In the sense of, like, there's a lot you can do with it. But then I'll, of course, be tired of it. So I tend to rotate when it comes to meats. Like, if I have, if there's something on sale, like, for instance, there was a pot roast on sale a few months back, so I got one, and I basically made it up like a pot roast, but without anything in it. And then I separated it out, and I froze, like, little batches of it, basically. And I've used them for all kinds of things. I've used them, most recently, as basically a taquito filling. You know, because if it's shredded meat that's well cooked and nice and tender, heck yeah, I can spice that up with, like, you know, Mexican spices and make it taste delicious. Or I've used it as stroganoff base, or I've used it as, like, beef pot pie kind of base, but without the crust, obviously. You end up eating stuff anyway, like most people who are lactose intolerant, because, like, you just need to eat something. Yeah. That's kind of how I wind up eating any wheat products. Wheat, like, grains and stuff. It's just, I have nothing. I have to eat something. Let's hope it doesn't kill me. Cross fingers. Not have a lot. Yeah, I'd ground pork stir fry for dinner. That sounds yummy. I mean, it also doesn't help that I actually like grains. I like to eat grains. Those, you know, pastas and bread and cereals and stuff, but they're not so good for my blood sugar. So I really shouldn't have any at all. I wind up having some anyway. Sometimes you just eat stuff with the equivalent of, I guess I'll die, meme face. I mean, yeah, God, that is a mood right there. It's just like, well, I guess I'll die. I didn't really need to feel that toe. That's how it winds up being for me. It's like my neuropathy in my feet. It gets worse. So you do ground pork, cabbage, carrots, and onions, pretty cheap to make, and then just seasoned with Asian spices like soy sauce, of course. Yeah, stir fry is always good. I can't do the onion because migraine sugar, but if vegetables weren't so damn expensive in a desert, I might actually go for them more because I really like bok choy. I used to make my own pot stickers because why the fuck not? Lily's chewing plastic. Tell kitty no. Not allowed. In Faye's case, it might be helpful. You follow a Tumblr called Low Spoons Food. I follow that Tumblr that posts low prep and cost with nutritious value. I actually do follow them. They posted today too, I think. Like they had, like either yesterday or today, they actually posted a recipe. Like, cause it's been a while. That's so funny. Pot stickers are delicious. I know, right? Yeah, Liz, I think you would like Low Spoon Food Tumblr. Hi, Savens! Nice to see you. We are having a conversation, I guess. And I am coloring the drawing that I did. We'll see where it winds up. But so far, it looks kind of neat. So far, it's very colorful, I guess. Technicolor. It is running me out of green. And we're kvetching about food. Yeah. Yeah, we are. But it's okay. Just the cost of food and everything. It is nice to see you, though, here. Is that a bottle of tequila? On my desk? No. Esoteric craft here. This is actually moon water. I do have a bottle. Tequila is one of my favorites, though. I cannot drink anymore because since February, I'm a diabetic. So I have like half bottles. I have like a half bottle of tequila in there. I have like half a bottle of Crown Royal Apple, which is delicious, but I cannot have. Yeah, I like Patron though. Patron is one of my favorite tequilas. Now I miss tequila. You know, I bought myself some lime sugar-free popsicles, and it just made me miss margaritas. These budget food Reddits that you follow. I like some of those. Some of those are really good. The one for the ketogenic diet, like, I think it is just r/keto, KETO. They're pretty good. Like, they have a link to recipes and stuff, which is good for me being diabetic and all, that they're, you know, grain-free and stuff. It's such a weird transition, but I'm basically back to eating like I'm doing a low-carb diet. I like the dino too. That is so cool, from GlitchCon 2020. That just makes me smile each time I see it, and I know it's you. Tomorrow I'm actually going to get back to doing video games. We have Mario Monday, so I will be playing more of Paper Mario. I think I might actually continue with Samurai Champloo though. I was having fun with a hack and slash. It was really just enjoyable because it was like pretty mindless in that sense. But yeah. If you guys liked it, I'll continue that. Because it was kind of fun. They had some good dialogue too. Like, I was surprised by how much voice acting. Like, I didn't remember there being that much voice acting in it. But it's just like, straight up, you go, like, kill some guys. And then, like, oh, look, there's like 9 million cutscenes. Which was kind of cool. I don't know. How are we doing on this? What's it look like so far? Very watery. This looks very watery. It also kind of looks like leaves, doesn't it? We'll start in on the green in just a second here. Hi, Sweaty Palms. Yeah, how's it going? That's some nice green, nice leaves. Green, blue, white. Hell yeah. Yeah, you parse a lot of leaves too. It's nice that you stopped by. Thank you for stopping by and thank you for chatting. Appreciate that. I'm thinking I'm gonna do a little bit green here. Like maybe make it look like a lake and mountains or something. And then try to get some sunsetty looks. It's pretty interesting so far though. That's the thing about my art, is like I don't know what I'm drawing, and so it just winds up being interesting. And then we'll see where it goes. Are they feathers? I mean, they could be. Like honestly, when I was drawing it, because I did all the line art for it, I didn't really have any particular plan. I was just doodling while I was talking. It does kind of look like feathers though. Looks more like feathers like going this way. Or leaves. I don't know. It feels like there's motion though. So that's why I was thinking like mountains. Because we have like these green right here. Like right through here. I feel like Bob Ross right now, like these happy little green outlines. I mean, we could potentially make it so that it is a, if we do green here and here and here, around here, we can do this blue and maybe make a river through there. Just drawing stuff that looks like leaves. That's good. Yeah, pretty much. Reminds me a lot of willow leaves. Willows. Yeah, I can see that. Willows are really pretty. Okay, so plan being, let's outline some of this so we know where we're going. Let's go here and here. Put a little green there. Yes. Okay. I can kind of see where I'm going now. I'll make a little river down here. This will have to be green. We'll make it wind its way. That'll be interesting. Give it a little on the go. If that's the case, let's Day is going okay. It is late. They are shooting off fireworks. I'm in the great state of Utah currently, and they are very celebratory. I'm sorry that you think Lily has Pika. Yeah, is Lily chewing on more stuff? You said it was plastic earlier. How has your day been, Sweaty Palms? I might just call you Sweaty, I don't know. Hopefully you've been having a nice day. Mainly we're just here to chill and do some arting while chatting. It is honestly really nice to have people stop by. It's been a lot of hours on this piece, you know, considering it's all ink pen. You've been good. Got a lot done. Music and appointments and eating. What kind of music? Were you performing or practicing? Or were you listening and enjoying? Not that you can't enjoy and listen while you're doing those two things. But two of them are more practical. And eating. Eating's good. We all enjoy eating around here. I mean, as well as we can. Playing guitar and it was rock. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. I am glad that you stopped by the stream. I am also a guitarist, and I'm currently playing bass for Smashing Pumpkins tribute band. Today we had to cancel our rehearsal, though, because the lead guitarist got sick, which is sad. But at the same time, I was not feeling good either, so I'm kind of glad they did. But what kind of rock do you enjoy playing? Bass has been really fun, I have to say. Like, going from guitar to bass, you think everything's, you know, somewhat similar. Shouldn't be a big deal to, like, pick up. Because I was like, okay, they're looking for a bassist. I just recently got a bass, and I'd say this is about a year ago now. And, like, I went for it, and I have been learning so much about the bass ever since. It's kind of stupid. I actually play it more than my guitars right now. But God, when you have like a really good, like, our rhythm guitarist is actually more a second guitarist, and both of them are excellent, and the lead is a music instructor. So it's like watching magic happen. It kind of makes you think, well, there goes my day job. So I just am enjoying watching them play, which is great. Like, I can back them up on bass, but it's so enjoyable to watch people having fun doing something that they love. Ah, you like metal, you know, fingerstyle as well, but you forget it. It has almost been a full year, Faye. Like, I think it'll be a year. Yeah, a year in July, because I remember it was early on CT's server. We were all... Yeah, it must have been. That's so cool. I've known you a year now. That's great. Slap bass. Slap bass is so fun. Oh my goodness. Such a different, like, feel when it comes to bassing. And especially compared to, like, what you do with a guitar. Yeah, you were all sending me vibes. You were sending me vibes so I could make that audition, and damn did it work. And it's been almost like... It'll be a year in September with those guys. It's fantastic. hey, when it comes to doing bands, it really is very much like just get some people together and play. Be like, let's learn X, Y, and Z song. Just pick songs that you like and start learning them. Um, and like be non-judgmental. That's the hardest thing about bands, because I was in music school. Um, I went to the Musicians Institute, where you eat, breathe, and sleep guitar, or whatever instrument that you're going there for. I was in the guitar program. But when you when you're non-judgmental, it makes music so much better. And when your band starts off that way, it leaves a much better feel to it. Like, I know that with this band, I am comfortable. I'm going to be their bassist as long as they'd like to have me around and they feel I'm doing well, which they do. Which is such a different feeling than bands that I joined, say, in my 20s or my teens. Like, those bands were very much, everybody was those ages, and everybody was nervous, and everybody was posturing. There's a big difference between like being comfortable in your music and like worrying. Because when you worry and stuff, that's the hard part with music, is like there's so many egos involved when it comes to worrying. Am I doing this right? Am I doing that right? Am I practicing enough? When it comes to bands and stuff, and it's just like, I still get those, but I'm a lot more laid back and I understand a lot better. And the fact that both of them are in good headspaces where they're not like egos, it just makes the whole thing so much better. So I hope when you do start a band that you get to have that kind of enjoyable experience. Yeah, if you worry, your fingers jam. That is so fucking true. That is so true. Also, I have incredible stage fright. Like, that's honestly what made me drop out of music school, was my stage fright. But I have a prescription now, for my anxiety. Anyway, propranolol. They, if you have high anxiety when it comes to performance as a musician, your doctor can help you with that. And it's made like light and day. Like, it's just like a tiny prescription. It's like 5 milligrams, and they give like old people like 80 or something. So like, it's just a little bit to tell you to stop panicking. Like, because what it does is the heart muscle, as soon as you start panicking, your heart muscle gets tight, and the medication kicks in and tells you, hey, no, we're cool. And then you're like, oh, I'm cool. It's the weirdest thing. They do prescribe it for performance anxiety. They also, for people who are acting, people who are musicians, athletes, a lot of athletes too, because it stops you from going into a panic. So say, heck, they could probably even use it for video gamers, because like, I know like if I go into a tournament setting, it's gonna be game over for me because I'm just freaking out. I went to theater in high school because you had a fear of public speaking. It didn't get rid of your performance anxiety, but helped you to learn to manage it a bit better. I wish I had that kind of experience. My mother her master's degree was in communication, and specifically speech communication. So like, you would think I would be able to handle myself. I do pretty well in public speaking situations because of like her tutelage and stuff growing up, but at the same time, like, it doesn't get rid of the panic for me. I can't manage that at all. So it's actually been a really, 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 really helpful to have like the medication help with my anxiety. Yeah, bad performance anxiety with gaming. Your method of addressing your fears has historically been run into the face of it, screaming. I mean, I wish. Mine has just usually been run and hide. And, Sweaty Palms. No, I haven't been in a band that's famous, but I've just been in little bands. And then the band that I'm in now is just basically a cover band, but we only do one band's work, so it's not like we're covering a whole bunch of classic rock. We're just specifically covering Smashing Pumpkins, so that makes us a tribute band. Because we just have the one, but they're really interesting and really complicated. They actually cross over with metal. Billy Corgan, the guitarist and songwriter, was really into Eddie Van Halen, super duper into Eddie Van Halen. So he uses a lot of Eddie's techniques in some of his solos. They really went for more of a fuzz kind of tone, and that band was famous for what's known as their buzzsaw of a tone that they established on Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. But yeah, there's a lot of metal influence in Smashing Pumpkins. So you play piano alone at home. I am with you on that, Savins. Like, to tell you the truth, like, that's how I got to be with my music, is I just kept it at home. But it's a lot of fun to play with people. I'm having more fun now playing with people than I ever did when I first started and when I was in high school and in college. It's getting over that kind of hurdle for me involved a prescription, though. Aaron says, I always play alone. Hate people hearing me play. Yeah, it makes you nervous. Like somebody's judging you. And Faye said whenever you've been at cons or anything, you basically just done really bad playing publicly and with other people because of performance anxiety. Yeah, same. It's such a shame that we get so caught up in our head, but we do, and it's not our fault at all. Like, that's the thing you gotta realize about anxiety. It's not your fault that you have anxiety. It's just something that happens. You haven't heard Smashing Pumpkins. You're gonna have to check out some of their songs. You totally should. I would recommend, since you like heavy metal, let me see real quick. I would say I would go for what album? That's hard to say. If you have Spotify, I'm gonna send you my list here. Here we go. If anybody wants to check out all of Smashing Pumpkins in their studio albums, this is my playlist of it. This isn't all of their albums. This is a good amount of them. There are some that they don't have because of various record company deals. But hit random on that, and it's either going to be something soft or something hard. Let's see. You play J-Rock as well, but you won't be able to play it in a band because you're not Japanese. Hey, I gotta tell you, there's a lot of people who love Japanese rock. I am a big fan of Japanese rock. And Faye is too, for that matter. Faye says, hate having people hearing you practice. Savins was like, I do play in online piano lobby, so that's awesome. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's how you play with other people, you guess. Josie's like, yeah, that's why it's hard to do drums. Well, that and drums are hard. Drums are hard. Faye was like, part of it's like being a fab, yeah, and other people parsing you as femme in general, so you feel the pressure of having to do well because of that. Yeah, that's kind of like the hard thing, is like societal expectations on certain things. It's a bunch of piano lobbies? Connect your piano via MIDI and play in a lobby with randoms? What? That's so cool. I do not know the band Gazette. I'm gonna go look at them on Spotify. Oh wow, they remind me of like old school Malice Miser, like in their band pick. That's awesome. I will add them to my list to listen to. I'm a big fan of Gact, just because back in the day I really liked Gact stuff. But also Malice Miser and oh, who else? Well, anything that... There were so many, like, Visual K people. I would have to say... what was that? Moi Dix Moi? That was, like, the keyboardist Mana from Malice Miser's, like, off-brand band. That was fun for a little while. Oh, thank you for the follow too, by the way. It totally makes me happy that piano lobbies exist. That is so cool. I totally agree with Faye on that. It's one of the things you hear about and it's like, oh, maybe the world is good, right? Aaron thinks so too. That's something you didn't know about. Faye's like, I just heard Malice Miser. I found out who Gact was through Final Fantasy VIII, right? You don't understand the words in the Gazette, but it's got so... Oh, you don't understand words in Gazette, but it's got some good music. I love... Honestly, like, the Japanese Visual K metal is amazing. I loved X Japan. They were... X was an amazing band. Fuck. Listener members, Gact. Yeah, just... He's still doing some interesting stuff. He was the lead singer in Malice Miser for quite a while. Gact made Dirge's service songs too. Yeah, Gact is actually a very well-known composer. Like, after he moved away from Visual K into his own music, he did like everything. He even did gosh, he started a play. He wrote his own like movie scores. I mean, he's done all kinds of weird stuff. Yeah, some old music I like. Yeah, it is, man. I'm a bit old though, so it comes with the territory. I am always up for new stuff though. One band that I really like that's recent, I don't know if you were into any of the Vocaloid stuff, but like one of my favorite artists from there was oh god, why am I blanking on everybody's names right now? This is just one of those things I'm gonna blank on. Hold on. Wowaka. He had a band called Hitori, which is really, really interesting. Yeah, you always know the names until you need them, right? Hitori has some great stuff. They're still around. Wowaka unfortunately has passed on. May he rest in peace. But yeah, some fantastic stuff. I would say it leans more... It's not metal, but it is rock. It kind of reminds me of math rock, if math rock weren't so pretentious. You know, those like nerdy, I'm gonna play a million notes at the same time kind of math rock, but it's like if metal was played with you know, Fender Twins instead of like you know, Mesa Boogie. But it's good though. I would recommend checking out Hitori. Let me link you if you're on Spotify. Here is my playlist, which is not updated with their newest stuff because they just released some singles. But here's his a playlist for Hitori that I put together not too long ago, and some of Wowaka's stuff. And it's good. I say that, but we both like Adam Neely. I mean, God, Sungazer, fuck. Yeah. Adam Neely is so much fun, though. I haven't seen any of his stuff lately, though, because I've just been off doing my thing. I think it's because I've been playing music that I haven't been watching him much. But he is so fun. Yeah, he's really chill. If you haven't heard Sungazer, Sweaty Palms, when's the bass stream? I can't do any for copyright reasons. Like, the first time I thought, okay, well, maybe I'll do some stuff. Yeah, no. I'd have to play my own music, so I'd have to... Because covers are a particular thing when it comes to royalties. I even thought I could get away with it by, like, bringing up Rocksmith, because I use that for my computer just as, like, a wonderful way to learn some songs that I never thought of learning, but also because, like, you can use it as an amplifier, basically, by plugging it in to the computer. It's a cheap hack, so... But yeah, I couldn't even do it with Rocksmith, and I thought, okay, well, if I play songs on Rocksmith, like, no, even though it is a game that is licensed, the music for the game isn't licensed, so, yeah, Rocksmith the game. So I can't do that, which is so sad. So if I want to play bass, I'll have to come up with my own damn songs, I guess, when it comes to streams. I don't even get much callus though. That's kind of funny looking at my fingers. It's like I don't really get much callus just because I use face creams. I have figured out this is why I don't get callus is I apply my face cream with my fingers. It's so funny. Yeah, Rocksmith's not allowed. It's so stupid. Because I thought, okay, cool. Well, you know, I haven't... God knows I can't play everything on there. That'll be fun to do. You have 3 copyright strikes. What? Yeah. Though I figured sometime, you know, I'd probably do that on my Discord. You know, just have like a Rocksmith night. Just rock out to it. Yeah, I don't need callus, just technique. The calluses are just, they come and go. With my bass, I used to have, and I love flat wound strings, but it just doesn't sound right with the music I'm playing. So I had to change them out, which is sad, because I love my flat wounds. But that's why I started getting callus again, as I'm using steel strings. They're the nickel wound ones, I think. Let's see, you've been kind of feeling like picking up your bass again, but your strings need replacing and it needs cleaned up really bad from sitting idle for many years, but you don't have the executive function to go through all that. Also, your nails are really long. I mean, if you weren't where you are, I would volunteer to help you get your bass reset up. So if you ever come back to the States traveling, hit me up. But I mean, honestly, you can, if you ask around at music stores will set up, they do have people in gear techs who will set up your stuff for you. Usually it's a paid for service, so you'd have to inquire about prices. That would take it out of your hands, you know, and you could think about maybe not as something that you'd purchase for you, but maybe one of your significant others could purchase as a gift, you know, like if an anniversary comes up and they want to get you something nice as a present or something. That kind of thing would be a real quality of life like thing. Oh, you're in New Zealand. Nice. You lose your hot baths. Yeah. Callus does come off in the baths too. It's never the right callus. I have callus on my feet from going around in sandals. Think that come off in the bath? No. You had someone do an initial setup at a store, but the store's closed. Well, always time to make new store friends. That's how I look at it, at least. Plus, it's always fun walking into a music store because it's like, ooh, what did they got? Let me look around. I like that kind of thing. They don't generally pay attention to me, though. That's kind of like the nice thing and the worst thing about being presenting female in stores is... in music stores is they don't generally tend to be active in assisting. You also have RSI in your right arm pretty bad that you're trying to heal from. Yeah. Play some Stairway to Heaven in stores. I know, right? Everybody knows the opening. Look to that. Or at least they should, just for the fun. Just the meme of it. Just the rock meme. It's like playing the lick on the piano. You just gotta know the lick. Speaking of Adam Neely, you know, I bought that, oh god, did I screw this up? I might have screwed this up. I bought a bumper sticker that was of the lick. Let's see if I can fix this. You know, meme songs on piano. Honestly, that's what piano's for. Piano's for entertainment, and memes is certainly good entertainment. One of the first songs I ever learned on piano was the Jurassic Park theme. I really liked that song. But also, it has its meme applications. Never really learned chords on piano. It can be complicated. Like, when it comes to piano, I am not the best pianist at all. I am just a novice who likes to write on piano on occasion and thinks she can do stuff. But, you know, there's some basic positioning for your fingers that with piano makes, you know, chords in different sounds all the way up and down it. No, actually it was just the original Jurassic Park theme song. Just because I liked it. But yeah, you definitely could have played to that. You have a keyboard in the house, says Faye. A couple of years ago you were trying to learn to Xanacarnd. I don't know that song off the top of my head. Yeah, piano definitely is challenging once you get past the basic stuff. Oh, that's the main theme in Final Fantasy X. Oh, cool! You know, I've got to play that. Again. I have it, like, and I have it, like, literally. I literally have 10 and 10 too, like, just sitting here. Just sitting here. And I haven't played them. I've seen other people play them. People in my household have played them, going all the way back to when they were first released. But do you think I would have played them? No. Maybe I should play them. I don't know. Like, I started Final Fantasy 12, and I'm just not as interested as I thought I would be. What kind of face is that, Savens? Great guess. You learned Thomas the Tank Engine and Coffin Dance and some anime openings. That's freaking awesome. Yeah, those versions and the remake versions. There's a certain song in Final Fantasy X too that always made me cry. That was such... They were both really good. I mean, honestly. 10 and 10 too were awesome. Yeah, like, it is... It feels like I'm auto-attacking, basically. Like, I cue something up, and then I'm, like, in this guy's face, and I'm like, hey, buddy, I'm gonna hit you in this cooldown in 5, 4, 3. And I'm like, that's not fun. I'm not having fun. So, it's kind of why I stopped doing that one. I have to say I really, really like the Paper Mario I'm playing, though. You have a wonderful night, Sweaty Palms. It's really nice meeting you. Hope to see you again. And we can totally chat. And I'll definitely check out the artists you recommended. Like, I added them to my Spotify. Also, having to run in circles to get your MP back is just, yeah, that's lousy. You know, some people like the kind of programming aspect of it, but it wasn't so much your thing. It didn't really feel like my thing either. Like, I thought I would enjoy it because it'd be a little bit more relaxing in a sense that I'm not, like, you know, smashing face. But it just hasn't. Which is sad. I think I'll enjoy, though, getting back to Paper Mario tomorrow. I figured I'd try to keep it on the same night, since I had been doing. So, where did I put the green? Oh, there it is. You don't often finish games. I am the same way. It's terrible. You know what would be fun to do? Is, since I was playing golf with friends the other day with one of my friends, it'd be fun to do that with people. Like as a stream, because it can be really funny. You just bounce from game to game and or play games that don't have endings like MMOs or roguelikes. Right? And that's how I spent 10 years in World of Warcraft. Or more. Probably more. It's been much more. AKA brain want dopamine, right? I noticed I've been playing games a lot less now that I am properly medicated for ADHD, though. Because there's less of the needing that dopamine rush. Which in some ways has been really nice. I noticed I got bored with, what's it called? Oh gosh, what is it called? Stardew Valley. I got bored with when I tried to go through it this last time. Just because it's like, I've done this, even though like the dopamine rush was kind of like there in some ways, it wasn't in others, and it wasn't as fun as I thought it was gonna be. So I stopped playing that. I'm terrible. Let's see. I'll probably do green along here. You got stressed out in Stardew. You're the only person who got too stressed out to play it. I mean, there's so much stuff to do. I can understand that. They have so much. I actually got out. I actually got out this because it was the only Harvest Moon I could find that I have currently. Started playing it a little. I may play it. I am not sure. I've played it through before. Like when I first bought that game, I played the hell out of it because it was fun. But I don't know. You got stuck in analysis paralysis trying to get things optimized for 2-year eval, right? But I have better medication, so maybe we should go back in time. Or back to it. Yeah, I mean, that would be good to give it another go, I would think. I like certain games better now that I have better medication, for sure. I was wondering, where's my water? My water's not over here. My water's in the other direction. You're playing a lot of chill stuff at the moment because concussion recovery, you can't do action heavy stuff. Yeah. Theoretically could drink the moon water, but you know, I put a little bit of alcohol in it to make sure that it like kept okay, basically. So I definitely wouldn't recommend it because it would taste funky. Yeah. I might switch to painting. I'm not feeling coloring this evening. No, this is coming along okay. You got him. Oh. Yeah, if I got a mild concussion a month ago, had several, but symptoms are lasting a while. Oof. MMO that you've played? The only one Savins has played is Final Fantasy 14. Face desperately trying not to re-up Final Fantasy 14. You know, the last time I tried Final Fantasy 14, I was so heavy into Blizzard games that it didn't really matter at that point if it was good or not, and I didn't feel it was good enough. Not enough for me to switch my sub at the time. You're stuck. You have a large mansion. You have a large mansion, and that's making you stuck? How is it making you stuck? Faye last played in 2015, 2016, so a lot's changed. They added fishing raids? What? You stop sub, you lose your housing plot. Oh, okay, okay. That sucks. They added a scythe class? What? Oh my. That sounds quite fun. I have to go get my paints. You're thinking of just selling it for real money though. It's worth like $800. Do it if you're not having fun with the game anymore and you're just gonna sit on it. You might as well. I mean, I've thought about selling my WoW character. I just haven't. Because, like, I don't know, nostalgia, I guess. Nostalgia will do it, right? Probably paint over here. Let's move this a little more this way. There we go. And we'll put the brushes right about here. This is gonna be for our water. And you know what? Let's make this magical. Let's use some moon water for this. I believe this is full moon in Aries. See, Faye said if I ever want to do anything else ever again, you should play Final Fantasy 14, right? Josie's like lost interest in it along with Overwatch. Faye said, never played WoW because I played it in the open beta week in 2007 or whatever and determined I'd never get through college if I subscribed. So I stayed far away. This is very accurate. I totally understand that. When you recognize something that's going to be an impedance on your life and you're going to avoid it because it's going to be too good. I have done that. Because honestly, yeah. Like, my worst depression, I luckily and unluckily was playing World of Warcraft at the time. So it kept me from doing stuff that was really bad, but it also kept me doing World of Warcraft. And that's funny because, like, Star Wars had an MMO, which I think they might still have it, and I played it in its, like, open beta week, and I was like, wow, this is a WoW clone. I'm not gonna play this. And I still don't. But at the same time, I'm like, that would be a nice time sink if I decide to go back to anything that's not exactly WoW. They might still have it, I'm not sure. WoW's addictive, yeah. Pumped a bajillion hours into Diablo 3, damn right. I did too, for the same reasons. That's why I started playing a little bit of the newest Diablo. Because it takes place in between 3 and 2. But I don't know, I haven't gotten back to playing it yet because one, the person I was playing with hasn't had the time, but also two, I know what that game would do to me, like, really easy. For very much the same reasons. Immortal's illegal, so you can't even play it? Is it because of the gambling aspect of, like, some of the microtransaction shit? Which is probably good because you're it's saving you from yourself, right? Yeah, the microtransactions and stuff, like, I've heard of like streamers dumping thousands of dollars into it for like the super special gems. And I'm like, how do you have that much money? Who's gonna loan you that much money? Jesus. Yeah, loot box laws in Belgium and Netherlands. You don't have access to lost art. Yeah, like 15 grand. Yeah. They kept just going and going for the loot box. And in order to get the special gems. Like there's a special one that is like the best of the best kind of deal. And it's just like, holy fuck. I hope that they can recoup that money in their streaming, cause damn. Gaming streamers do some weird shit. Like if I had 15 grand, if I had 10 grand even, if I had 5 grand, I would be doing fine. And these guys are like dumping that much into a loot box. It's insane. Right? I don't even can. There's this line from this old Western movie that stuck with me. It was a comedy with Jane Fonda called Cat Ballou. And like there was this old gunslinger named Kid Shalane who was a drunkard. And as soon as he got money, he'd go and get alcohol, right? Because that's like how the plot goes. But there were some sure funny lines. One of them being is, you can kill a man giving him that much money all at once. And that's how I think about things like 15K. You know, I'm like, damn, you can kill somebody giving them all that money all at once. Yeah, I can't fathom throwing that much out of the loot box. There's so much other things I would do first. And only like a third of them are buying a new guitar. And 1/3's buying a new bass. But the rest is responsible stuff. Because damn, you can kill a guy giving him that much money all at once. By the way, that movie does not hold up. It is from the 1960s. But it is definitely not something that holds up. You saw this sexy purple bass at a music store that you pass going into town all the time, but you can never justify spending that much money. But God, it was gorgeous, right? Purple is such a gorgeous color for instruments, I think. The one bass that I want out of all other basses is a Rickenbacker 4001 in blue. I'm tempted to say 5-string, but I don't think they made a blue one in 5-string because they only had blue for a couple of years. I don't know what I'm painting yet. It's purple, whatever it is. I just decided purple was going to be the thing right now. Like, much like my pen work, I don't know what I'm painting while I'm painting. You're very biased because purple's your favorite colors. Ugh. Yeah. You know, purple is my first favorite color. When I was a young boy, my mom actually let me pick out my own room color, and I wanted purple. I wanted purple. She was like, okay, we'll get purple. And we got something like, not even that. It was more, It was like almost a mauve, I want to say, because it was very, very pink and like, it was like that but lighter. And I was like, no, I want it purple. Gender norms. Looks like tulip petals. It kind of does look like tulip petals at first. Purple, black, silver are your first favorite colors. You have three because you say so. Damn right. I prefer bluish purples too. Yeah, it was very mauve and I was disappointed. And I think my mom could tell I was disappointed because when I got to paint my room next, which was in a different house, I asked her if I could paint it like a dark navy blue, like as dark as I could get. That was kind of like a royal navy blue, kind of like this, but like the dark streak of that. And you know what? She did. She let me, and she painted it herself too. Like she actually like did most of the painting, and I asked her like, well, would you want some help or anything, because I mean it's my room and all this, and she's like, no. So I guess she was enjoying painting it herself, but it turned out really gorgeous because it was like that dark, like super dark. It was really lovely. My painting is very bisexual. I mean, I'm a bisexual, so that works out, right? This is my late bisexual tribute painting. I should do some sigil work on it. Your bedroom's black? Ooh, neat. You told yourself when you grew up you would paint your bedroom black, so you did. That's nice. That really is. That's really great. If we weren't renting, I would have totally painted my room by now. But it's white, so I have large cloth on the walls that is like the Pacific Northwest. It's like a trees in the mist in the mountains because I miss home. But it helps it get very, it helps it feel a little better in here instead of like those white walls. And it's always that awful off-white because I can't ever paint it like a clean white, right? When it comes to like apartments and stuff. So I very much needed something on the walls to help for that reason. Like it's the whole sensory shift of like needing something in those tones to make it feel more calm, I guess, more cave-like, more soothing. Have a great night, Les. It was wonderful that you stopped by. I appreciate that. Get some rest. It's like almost 4 a.m. there. So you better get some rest. So you have wallpaper or something whenever you move. Yeah. Definitely the same way. We rent as well, but you're like allowed to do pretty much anything here as long as you put it back the same way it was. That's great. White space makes you feel anxious. You really have to fill it up. Black space you can just chill in. Maybe that's it. Maybe I haven't defined that in myself. You know, maybe I'm anxious with white. Maybe that's why I doodle so much. Maybe that's why I paint. And why these plain bedroom walls get to me. I mean, I've been here 10 years and I only, in the last 3 put stuff on the walls. It's funny how we get into weird habits like that, like thinking something's temporary when it's not. Or thinking something's not temporary when it is. You've been there over 10 as well. We have like nothing on the walls. Yeah. You know, honestly putting up like the mural type cloth has helped a lot with like my mental health. You didn't think you'd be here that long, then the housing market crashed, right? Millennials, right? We get so screwed in so many ways. Just over and over. And now, like, here, rent is so high, and I'm sure it's gotten bad everywhere else too, but it's like I can't afford to move. Like, my rent is too inexpensive because I've been here 10 years, and they've only raised it, you know, a little bit each time so far. Knock wood. Knock wood. Then it got better. Then you're in a weird financial bracket where you can't afford to buy, but renting would be even more if you were to go somewhere else. Yeah, same, ditto. Like, the time it was about that here for, like, me was when me and my ex-fiance were breaking up, so that was definitely not something we were going to do at that point. And now it's like, well, neither of us can afford to move out. Aw, it's okay. Yeah, things have been stressful, but she's not stressful. She's a good lady. We're like that, the epitome of all your, you know, friends are your exes kind of thing when it comes to lesbians and gays and our whole queer community. Your circle of friends are just your exes or somebody else's exes. And it's like, how true. It's funny. Yes, the queer experience. This is definitely the queer experience. And if they're not your exes, they're your soon-to-be exes. And then there's all the, what are we's? I like those types of relationships in the sense of they always find me. They're funny though. I hope you get some rest before you have to get up and go to your appointment. It's been nice hanging out with you. I'm glad that you can catch me again too. I started a Discord, but you're in a gazillion Discords. If you would like a link, I will definitely send you though. It's quiet. I don't expect it to be too chatty, but you seem to get along with some of my friends, so it'd be nice if you were all together. Yeah, let me just grab that real quick. I'm just gonna send you a direct invite because I can. hope you have a wonderful night. I'm just gonna be painting, I think, for a bit. And good luck with your appointment tomorrow. Yeah. No worries. The invite will stay good. Have a wonderful night. Talk to you soon. Bye. Well, let's see if we can integrate some of these demonstration colors into this painting. Should be able to. I'm not sure if anybody else is still with me. Maybe Josie. That'd be nice. And I will totally rest when I go. I will definitely try my best. Has been hard with the sleep lately. So, let's see. I really like working with blues and purples. They're really nice. Blues are definitely my favorite color. an interesting bow. I've mixed some purple into it. And I really don't know what I'm painting right now, but that's half the fun with me. I use kind of a dry on dry technique. If anybody is paying attention to any type of watercolor techniques that I use. On occasion I'll get it a little wetter, but for the most part I'm trying dry. I push around the paint so I can create some strong lines. Because all my works are about lines. And I really love strong color. I wish I had some better formed brushes, because these kind of are not so good. They're made out of good material, they're just badly tipped. And there's squirrel hair. It does really, really drive me nuts though. They're so badly tipped. So let's get like some ultramarine in here. Yeah, like that. That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna start talking like Bob Ross now, okay? Because these are like happy little lines. That's a happy color. At least to me. Hmm. Hmm. Hi. Nice to see you, Fire Angel. How are you doing this morning or evening, depending on where you are? I'm glad you stopped by. A couple of my friends just went off. It's nice to see somebody come find me. I do enjoy chatting, so if you would like to, feel free. If not, just come enjoy this. I am just painting to paint as a way to de-stress. I was working on an ink piece earlier, but it was a little much for me. It was a little busy. This is the piece that I was working on, but it just felt a little too much for my brain today. So I switched to painting. So that is what is going on now. So hopefully you're having a lovely time wherever you are. And I appreciate you dropping by just to watch. Yeah, ADHD gang, right? That's kind of like how I went up here. Is, yeah, the ADHD was like, you know, let's do something else. It's definitely been a night when it comes to, like, I started on the sewing project, and then I started on something else, and then worked on my my VTuber for a while today. Like, I actually redid like her whole dress and everything. Like, I tweaked with her face and her, like, expressions and all kinds of stuff. I did all kinds of stuff to her today. Just 'cause, like, ADHD. I was supposed to have band rehearsal today, but it got canceled, so I was left with nothing to do. So I've gotten all kinds of weird stuff. Oh no, I've been bisexual since 1996. I'm 40 years old. I know I am definitely bisexual. I had a girlfriend when I was in high school and have been through several. Along with several boyfriends. So yeah, no, confused ally is definitely not me. But you know, even if an ally thinks they're confused, I'm not one to gatekeep. You know, people figure out bisexuality honestly is on a scale anyway. It's on a gradient, if you will, of purple and pink and blue, which honestly these colors are, which is so funny. But oh, I'm very thoroughly bi. But again, you know, if it's an ally who thinks they could be bisexual, you know, they may be, they may find romantic attraction with people of the same gender, but not physical attraction, or vice versa. You know, because there's the entire aromantic and asexual, so we got arrows and aces doing things, so they are more than welcome. You don't hate ally, you just get really confused when someone uses the LGBTQ tags that aren't LGBTQ. Yeah, that's why I put queer on there, because honestly, what ally is gonna say queer? That's what the Q is. It's queer. Plus, I mean, like, A is for asexuals and aromantics, and we have I for intersex people, so. And then there's many more designations at that. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. That's super sweet of you. Honestly, I like the term queer because, one, it messes with the friggin' turfs who can, you know, just fuck off. But it encompasses everybody, and that's what I like about the term. And, you know, we've been using it for a very long time, and I've been using it personally since the 90s, so hey. I love both men and women. That's great. Glad that you're bi too. Or pan. I mean, depending. We have plenty of pansexuals too out there. Well, that's great. I'm glad that hopefully you had a good Pride Month. I mean, I live in a very conservative area, so unfortunately, I didn't go to anything just because I didn't feel safe. But I did get to hang out with some good friends online, which was nice. Although you thought from birth that it was normal to be able to feel emotional attraction to anyone regardless of physical appearance. You know? I wonder if that trips up a lot of people. Because, I mean, I agree. Like, emotional attraction is something that I definitely have for both genders. I have physical attraction for both genders. Like, the moment I realized I was queer was, it was in middle school, and then there was this girl. She was gorgeous. Her name was Alicia, and she had these Goldilocks like curls in her hair, and we were playing soccer, and she was on the soccer team, and here I was, which was very not athletic, nerdy girl, or at least I thought I was a girl at the time. I'm agender. So I'm like super nerd, and I'm playing opposite her in like field hockey, basically, because like soccer was not really what we got to do. They said, oh yeah, you're playing soccer, and it was more like field hockey, but without sticks. But anyway, I remember I looked up at her at some point as she was kicking a ball past me, and I was just like struck by her beauty. And then like that came to a sudden halt in my brain, because I knew I was attracted to her, and I was like, oh god, am I gay? Am I gay? Wait, I'm gay? And like, because in those days, I mean, bisexuality was a little more heard about, but it was definitely that panic of, oh god, I'm gay. But I realized I also liked guys too. So then I was very confused until I realized you can like both and be attracted to both. Sounds like a fucking movie. I mean, it kind of felt that way. Time stood still, and I looked up into this girl's eyes. She had a tan from being in the sun so much playing soccer, because she was on the soccer team, and she had these cute little freckles. And yeah, her hair just had these gorgeous curls. I don't know how she got them. They were just natural, because I remember her always having curls. But like, she wasn't in the elementary school I went to, so she was just in the middle school I went to. So I didn't know her. She was from another elementary school. So like in 6th grade, when I looked up into her eyes, and I was like, oh god, she's gorgeous, I would like to date her. Basically, like, all these thoughts in the matter of seconds, followed by, oh shit, I'm gay. It was very, very much a 90s moment in a movie. You can see it play out in your head. Yeah, and she totally like kicked the ball past me and like ran past, like, you know, like an episode of some, you know, TV show starring like kids, middle schoolers, right? Like Malcolm in the Middle or some shit, but like with a girl, or supposed girl. It was very much, yeah. And it was so funny because, like, I want to say not even 3 years later, when I was in high school, one of my best friend's moms, like, we were watching some show, and it had a guy in a really nice suit, and it just cut at the hip so nicely. And I'm like, I really just enjoy people in suits that look really nice like that, you know, have that nice shape to the hip. And then like another one of my friends, because it was a sleepover, was like, well, I mean, girls got hips like that. And then like my friend's mom was like, maybe you just like girls. And I was like, panic. I mean, I think girls are pretty. I remember stammering that out. I mean, I think girls are pretty, but I don't know. I like guys too. I remember just absolutely, she called it. And it was so funny because I still talk to that person whose mom it was that said that. And they go by they, them, by the way. Anyway, my friend, they were like, My mom really called it back then, didn't she? Like, yeah. Yeah, she did. And I couldn't believe that they remembered that incident too. Same for you. Oh, there's just, there's just something about women. Women in suits too, damn. I'm so glad there's so many more women in media wearing suits. Just because eye candy. Yeah, I'll never forget that. You've had it with guys. I mean, like, I get that. Guys can be complicated in a lot of ways, like more so than women and non-binary people for that matter. The machismo alone is enough to make things difficult. Well, hopefully you'll find a good partner that you enjoy regardless of gender. I mean, because that's kind of the thing, is like, I had a friend who went through a messy divorce, and she said, and she's bi. She's bi like I'm bi, like she's known for like ever, and she's around my age. And she's like, I've had it with guys. I'm just done, I'm just gonna date women. And then she ran into someone who she really fell in love with, and it just wound up being a guy. So it's like, you never know. I've had people do that, and it's been the other way around, where it's like, I've had it with guys, and then they don't wind up with one. They have a woman, and it's like, it can go either way when it comes to being bi, on like who you wind up loving. But that's kind of like the nice thing about being bi and pan, is you just wind up realizing you can just love who you love. As for dating, though, I think women are easier in some ways to date and harder in some ways to date. And then it really just depends on, like, are you dating a woman who's a lesbian, or are you dating a woman who's bisexual? And that can be a difference culturally speaking. Because women who are lesbians generally have experience as lesbians in this culture, rather than a woman or a man who's, gay or bisexual would have. So it's really interesting. I haven't really wanted to date for quite a long while myself. Not for lack of attraction or people that I find attractive, but for the simple fact that I don't know if I want to get into all that messiness again. It can be, really enjoyable to date people, but at the same time, it can be really messy too. And I've just gone through so much in my life recently. Like, the last person I dated is my ex-fiance. My second ex-fiance at that. And she's a wonderful lady, and I love her to death. But we are, after like 10 years of being together as a couple, and then almost getting married, it's gonna take a lot for me to seriously date anybody. Juki-holic, nice to meet you. My ex-fiance, she is a wonderful lady. We were talking about bisexuality and dating, and I said it's been a while since I've actually dated anybody, because I got out of a relationship with my ex-fiance, and she is a wonderful lady. We're just better off as not partners. Oh, no, you don't crap up my stream. Not at all. Like, I like people talking, and I don't mind talking about myself. We're in good relations, her and I. That's not a, I mean, she's my roommate at this point, so it's not any issue. We've been, let's see, we broke up about 2 years ago now. So like at this, just before the pandemic. So, we broke up because of just irreconcilable differences, as they would say. Like, had we been married, that would have been like a no-fault divorce. It was just basically we realized that we were trying to hold something together that wasn't working for either of us. Not that either of us were bad people or anything like that. It just wasn't it after 10 years. But, you know, we move on. And she did. Her girlfriend is a sweetheart. I love her girlfriend to death. Like, in a friendly way. I don't want to, like, date her. She's not my type. But she's a sweetheart. Like, I mean, even earlier they were like, hey, do you want something from McDonald's? We're going to go out and get something. And I'm like, nah. But it was, like, sweet that they asked. So it hasn't always been rough. Like, I think my love life now is somewhat interesting, but like my ex and I have no issues when it comes to stuff. I like her. She's a nice lady. I wouldn't have thought of marrying her otherwise. I am okay. I think after all of it, I am okay. I mean, I mentioned earlier, which you may not have heard, that she's my second ex-fiance. My first ex-fiance, he and I broke up after about 7 years of being together and being engaged for about 3. And that was a messy, horrible breakup. But that was my first ex-fiance, so this is a while back now. Your first fiance was a bad time? Oof. Yeah, you don't have to, you know, disclose what you're not comfortable with, by the way. But, you know, certainly our heart goes out to you, Juki-holic, when it comes to, like, having a rough time. Yeah. Well, as long as, you know, hopefully things got better in the sense that you're away. You know, some people just do better away from each other because sometimes, unfortunately, love is not enough. Which is a heartbreaker. But it's true. You know, I think that's what happened with my most recent ex-fiance. Is, you know, we realized love wasn't enough to keep this together in the same way, and that our love had changed for each other, you know? She's more family now than anything, and I'm perfectly okay with that. But, you know, young hearts, we all do things and get into relationships when we're much different people, and then we grow into something as we age. And if you grow apart, I mean, that's literally because you're turning into 2 different people that it may not work with anymore. And there's nothing wrong with that, you know, as long as you try not to hurt each other. Like, my first ex-fiance, that was a lot of heartache. And even though there's a lot of heartache breaking up with my current ex-fiance, God, I sound so terrible. Not using any names here just 'cause. But like, I'm doing a lot better. And I'm in a mentally healthier spot than I was after my first ex by a lot. Sleepy Vic stream. Yes, indeed, Barry. It's nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. I am painting some interesting stuff. I have no idea what I'm painting, but that's not unusual. I'm with folks that want folks that bipolar. Oh, yeah, I certainly understand bipolar disorder is really difficult to have partners. My sister's bipolar, so that's been difficult for her. But she's doing well. Regardless. It's like a cold flame, basically, huh? Yeah. Yeah, things like bipolar disorder are very difficult for the people experiencing them and the people around them. And same with things like, well, heck, even ADHD can be super hard on people. Like, in people you're around. God knows it is for me. 'Cause, like, it stops me from, like, you know, doing dishes when I should. Stuff like that. Yeah, ADHD can get in the way of a lot of things. You know, it can get in the way of your ambitions. It can get in the way of doing what you should do for a multitude of reasons. But I made this too wet. Also, that's what she said. Obviously, cool colors and flame-like form, but it looks a bit wispier and mistier than hot flame. Big feet, big socks. Nice to see you too. We are having a night of painting and chatting because it's 4th of July here, and my state of Utah loves setting off fireworks. So it's a little loud, a little late, and very noisy outside. They can't wait. Juki Holic, you don't have to shut up at all. I like you talking. I prefer people chatting. I can keep conversations with multiple people at once. It's 4th of July there too. What a coincidence. Yeah, but like, is it 4th of July or is it like 4th of July? Like, these people set off fireworks like mad, stupid, crazy, and we have a fire warning right now. Of course, talk about the lady that you loved that was bipolar. As long as we're not like uber disparaging her. You know, just as long as you're not gonna like vent that she was the most horrible person ever. Because I'm sure she wasn't. It's hard to love someone who's bipolar. Like, not... I worded that really poorly. It's not hard to love them, but it's hard to understand and be able to work with their bipolar in order to get certain things done. Sometimes you had to hide. I mean, that's a, you know, certainly a factor. There was a song that you loved, though. What song did you love? Was it something you two really enjoyed together? Was it kind of like a your song kind of thing? Or was it just something that came up? Buildings and Mountains we watched. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Oh, she's passed years ago. Oh, goodness. Well, you know, may she have peace now. It's been always difficult losing a loved one. And especially someone you've loved before. It's hard to know how you feel if you've broken up with someone and they've passed on and their family. And it makes you wonder. It's a really interesting and strange phenomena in life. There was a song that you loved and it was your song you shared. Aww. No worries, Barry. So Barry, is it still Monday there? Republic Tigers were the singers. Folks want to listen to it. I will definitely look that up. The Republic Tigers. Buildings and Mountains. I'm putting that on my end so I can listen to it. It's still Monday. It is Monday. Oh, I like this song so far. Thank you, Tricky-holic. You're resisting the urge to say, what's so special about the 4th and feign some kind of magical ignorance. I mean, honestly, that's like half of us here in the US. So you'd be in good company. One of my other friends, Les, was saying that they don't even feel like celebrating. I'm like, when do we ever feel like celebrating the 4th of July? It's just a nationalistic holiday anyway that was, you know, made up. So it wasn't even the most important, like, battle happened on the 4th or anything like that when it comes to independence from in the colonies. So it's like, Fire Angels from Europe. It is a sad song, and it's actually surprisingly upbeat for being a sad song. But I like it. I haven't listened to the Republic Tigers before, but I think I will now. "8:40 p.m. sitting down post dishes with tea and chocolate." That sounds amazing. I wish I had tea and chocolate. I have water and medication that I haven't taken yet. That's what I got. Oh, you're more than welcome, Jiggy-holic. I always love new music, and this is really good. The one thing that, like, I regret as an American is that everybody else has to hear about our holidays and weird stuff like that, because, like, things are so oddly, like, US-centric in a lot of ways, and we as Americans kind of perpetuate that too. That's just how we are. Okay, well, I I will stay seated then. No more standing. No more standing, for sure. Yeah, I have medication for the morning and medication at night. I have chronic migraines, and I'm currently off of work, and I'm testing. This is my excuse for streaming, by the way. I'm currently testing my glasses with my migraine prescription lenses in there. So like, I work on computers all day, and I haven't been able to work really well because of my migraines kicking up really bad. So that's why I'm off currently. It won't be for much longer though. But these live streams like help me get used to using my glasses in all situations, with a funny tint, and also to test how well they do. You can almost bet most people can't name more than 3 countries in Europe. Barry. United King. Am I? I am instantly assassinated by Bojo's hit squad. That's funny. I really liked that song, Buildings and Mountains. I'm gonna have to listen to the rest of that album. Keep Color. That felt refreshing, like music-wise, to my ears. I mean, I can definitely name more than 3 countries in Europe. There's Europe, and then there's... No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I could probably point them on a map, too. The parts that I get fuzzy on are basically anything that came after the fall of the Soviet Union in the 1980s, because most of my geography stems from early memories. So let me put it that way. I do recognize that there is not an East and West Germany anymore. I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna laugh. I'm trying so hard not to. Oh, then do it. Okay, well, more than 3. So we've gotten a unified Germany at this point. We have Poland, who was taken out of the USSR after the downfall. So then we also have Italy, we have France, we have Belgium, we have the Netherlands, we have Sweden, we have Norway, we have well, of course, the UK, and then Ireland. But honestly, why isn't Scotland independent yet? I have an IQ more than 5. Yeah, actually I qualified for Mensa, and I'm just shitting around. You know, I really wish Ireland would also, like, figure out their shit. Because, like, half Ireland's with the UK and half of it's not because of the Troubles. And, yeah. Damn British. I'm instantly assassinated by Bojo's Hit Squad and the IRA. There we go. Yep, exactly. Not to mention the FBI. From us. I live somewhat not near, but near Area 51. So we'll have, like, you know, the CIA and the FBI on my ass too. Might as well. It's early yet. They're not doing anything yet. It's early on the 4th of July. Please break in and give me a UFO. I mean, if there were any, seriously, I'd be there. And it was so funny because I was, since I live around here, it was really funny when, was it like Tumblr or Reddit who decided that they would go Naruto run Area 51? That was so fucking funny. You know, the fact that the hardest thing for the entirety of Europe, for like an eternity of 2020, was COVID and the Brexit, and America is just dying. Yeah, you know, it's funny for us too. We have had a horrible time of it with despots and people not wearing masks because we have a poor education system. And we also have people who don't believe in the germ theory, which is always entertaining, which is why I've stayed in so much in the last couple of years. Yeah, lots of quotes around funny. I mean, I technically am autoimmune compromised, so like I try not to go out much, and I've been vaccinated tons, and I still don't go much anyplace because of that. And people around here don't like to wear masks because America, fuck yeah, freedom. It drives me nuts. People don't have the damn decency to help other humans. We have a hard time here. My state's really bad though when it comes to things like that. America, freedom. Eagle caw that makes no sense coming from a parrot. Caw! Right? I don't know. There was an episode of Futurama that was about Freedom Day. And that's all I think about when I think of like the 4th of July and other nationalistic holidays here, is just I think of Futurama's Freedom Day. Because it's just such a freaking parody. You know, I unfortunately am of the opinion that it's gonna be very hard the next couple of years for America to not decide to split itself around certain issues. Futurama was so good at that, wasn't it? Here's to the Earth, here's Earthikins, but basically just Americans. Yep, I love parody like that. You know, cheers for you not living in America. I didn't have a choice. That's kind of like half the thing, is like most people that are from other countries don't realize how hard it is to move from America. Like, a lot of our schooling and everything does not provide enough in order to apply for other countries when it comes to, you know, even a work visa in some cases. We're very much people who are stuck because we don't have the qualifications or the money to get into other places. Even Canada. Canada has actually some pretty steep requirements for the typical American. So. Gravity Falls. Earthican flag. Heck yeah! It even has 14 stripes. That's funny. I didn't realize that. I freaking love Futurama. Futurama's great. Absolutely one of my favorite all-time favorite shows. We'll make that a double favorite, by the way, because it's late. My favorite all-time favorite. You know, I'm walking back that I have more than 5 IQ points right now. And I know that. And it's fine, because it's late. I'm just a cat girl in a stream that's doing painting, that's all. I don't know nothing out of nothing. If I say meow, will everything be okay? So Mary, how was your day? Hopefully work wasn't too bad. Head pat redeem. Oh my goodness. You know what? Let's just do the head pat. Oh no, that's the wrong head pat. Where's my head pat? I know I have a head pat here. Hold on a second. Hold on a second here. There we go. Let's see. Let's copy this. Like, I gave myself a head pat finally, but it's on another thing. I'm just making sure I have it lined up right. There we go. Okay. Head pat. Look at that. Just for you, Barry. I even made it purple. It's pretty. Lots of head pats. I need it. Do I need it? Okay, so you were saying your day was good, but you left someone on a funny note, so you're kind of waiting for them to wake up and assure me that we're chill. Oh goodness. And you're pretty sure you are, but it feels unresolved. Also work. Need to say ara ara. That will work way better. I guess so. You know, ara ara. I could say yare yare. If we want to get a little JoJo here. Ara ara. Of course we watch anime. I say that as if I'm not like as a cat girl avatar right now. It's like, of course we watch anime. That's great. I'm Barry. No, but I did have an edible last night that sent me on my ass. My roommate made it. Okay. My roommate, my ex, decided to make some edibles, and they were a little stronger than anticipated, and she wound up getting sick, like physically ill. But since I only had like a little bit, I just woke up at 2:30 in the afternoon instead. I know you're saying it for the meme. I mean, I generally don't partake, but some days, and I really needed some stress relief last night. I hate weed and what it does to people's lives. I mean, it can do a lot of problems to people's lives if they let it, but like, so can anything for that matter. you know, you're more than welcome to be anti-weed, because that's you know, prerogative. That's fine. I've seen it do a lot of good. My ex/roommate is an epileptic, so that is why she will have it, because her doctors and pharmacists actually recommend it for helping with epilepsy, because it actually does help with epilepsy. Me, it would be recreation. Though, I mean, okay, migraine sufferers can and do use weed. It just doesn't do anything for mine, so I never saw a point. Honestly, I think alcohol's a lot worse than weed and what it does to people's lives. But, you know, that's only if people abuse it. You know, you have big addiction problems, that's why you'll never have weed. Fair enough, fair enough. That's why I don't play World of Warcraft anymore. I'm not, like, belittling the addictiveness of substances. I'm just saying that, like, for me, World of Warcraft is very much an addictive thing. Okay, so favorite animes right now. Does anybody have a favorite anime? I have been watching Spy Family, and it is fantastic. I did play well like a month ago, but I had to stop myself from getting back into it because I noticed what I was doing, and I was like, okay, no, I gotta set this baby back down. And I think it was actually 2 months ago. Spy Family is great. It was a relapse. It totally was a relapse. I was like, I'm gonna start a Blood Elf, and they're having a new X pack, and it's all gonna be fine. And then I started playing the Blood Elf, and I'm like, this is not gonna be fine. You'll never see me again. This is my depression getting the better of me. You're late in April. Alright, and status classroom. No bells. Why no bells? I'm sorry. I was rolling one. Okay. To my defense, I was rolling a Belf Rogue on a classic PC server, because nostalgia, and they were gonna be releasing the Wrath of the Lich King Classic, which both BC and Wrath of the Lich King were my jam. Assassination Classroom. Ah, cool. I've heard that one's good. Yeah, definitely no arcane magic and no blood and no elves. Yeah, okay. Sure. I enjoyed myself a little too much, so I needed to cut that out pretty quick. Because I have other things in life. You watched the start of Assassination Classroom but accidentally dropped it. Don't call Barry stupid. She's not stupid. She has a lot of stuff that she's doing. Launching House Flipper. Oh, no hurt, Barry. We like Barry. Barry is a sweet girl. She is an angel. She is a very sweet angel. I've actually kind of wanted to play House Flipper for the same reasons that you probably are playing House Flipper, which is it seems like a fun building game, basically, and I am a sucker for those. Like, I swear, whenever I just play like The Sims, I don't really make characters. I just wind up building houses and buildings and places. All of my like downloaded mod content for The Sims is literally like trees and like housing materials and items and shit. Like, it's funny. There's a Sim-esque appeal. I love games like that though. I was thinking of when I have some extra funds getting that, because they have like a whole like outdoor garden thing too, I think, right? That sounded like fun. House Flipper makes you save up for houses with contract work though. Not sure if you'll enjoy that bit. Is there a cheat code? Like, I mean, if there's a money cheat code in order to get through things like I do with The Sims, I'm gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. But then again, I mean, I've gotten through things like Zoo Tycoon and Roller Coaster Tycoon before. I don't own 5D chess with multiverse time travel. I don't own 5D chess, unfortunately. Haven't played it. But it does remind me of Star Trek. I think because ADHD, I have a hard time, like, with actually playing the games that I purchase. Like, my Steam account is so full of games that I haven't played all the way through. Oh, yes, there's cheats. Ooh, this is good. In Star Trek, they play baby 3D chess, not even time travel. Oh my goodness. Wow. Spock needs to get on that then. Damn. Time travel chess. That would be so interesting. I'll have to check that out. When I get back to working and I'm able to save up some money, I'm going to upgrade my Switch from a Switch Lite so I can actually stream games on it. So I can play games, because I notice unless I make a date for myself, basically, like a time and a date to specifically play a game, I generally won't. Even if I like the game. Like last night, I went to bed after hanging out with a friend for a bit, and we were playing Puyo Puyo Tetris on Switch. And I've had Story of Seasons, Pioneers of Olive Town, since Christmas, and I haven't even gotten past spring. So I decided to play that last night, because I had my Switch out and I was already there. That would be something fun that I would love to stream sometime. But yeah, I got a Switch Lite, so I can't do that. Fire Angel says, I have ADHD and autism, and you can play them. That's cool. Like, I think, you know, it really depends on how things affect you, on whether or not a person can, you know, take the time to do stuff like that. Like, my ADHD it has been hard to read books and hard to, like, anymore. And I used to be a voracious reader, like, huge novella reader kind of deal. Like Lord of the Rings size books. But it's gotten a lot harder in the last 5 years to continue on with that, which really sucks. And I'm finding that video games are taking kind of the same route, which is unfortunate because I have loved playing video games since we first got an NES. Let's see. Barry said, I've played just enough Archon to contort my brain in the direction for the genre, but I haven't found time since. Then Fire Angel asks if we've played Overcooked. Blueberry says, watch videos of Overcooked and it stresses you out. You don't like games with countdowns. Yeah, I used to be able to read through entire classes. Yeah, I was the same way. I like Overcooked. I have a lot of fun with Overcooked and Overcooked 2. Because of just, I like how those games are. Those types of games are fun. There's one that's like Overcooked, but that I have on my wish list on Steam. Let me bring up my Steam list real quick here, and I have a hiccup, sorry. If I can find Steam on my desktop. Like, I know it's hidden in my bar somewhere. There we go. Where is my wish list? So anyway, speaking of Overcooked, what I was saying is there is a game kind of like Overcooked, but with witches. That called, I think it's Witchtastic. Yes, yes. Witchtastic. And you like make potions and shit. And it looked like a lot of fun. Like, I totally know it was a ripoff of like Overcooked, but I can't help but like witch themed things. They're cute. Reading helps you focus. Oh, and you're playing. Oh, Overcooked helps you focus. You're playing it with a friend. I have not played Shotgun King. I've not heard of that. Oh, Cooking Simulator? No. I mean, I have Cooking Simulator. I think. What do I have? Hold on. I gotta check my gazillion. What's my library say? I have Cook Serve Delicious and Cook Serve Delicious too. I also was holding this in my mouth, so sorry about that. It's just, apparently I don't want to use this hand. I'd rather stick something in my mouth. Oh, that sounds wrong. What am I drawing? That is a question. I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. That is the interesting thing about my art is I don't know what I'm doing until I'm doing it. So we'll see what it turns into. Right now it's just very expressionistic and liney. It is full of lines. Pleasing Watercolor Abstract 17 by Vic. Basically, Barry, basically. Looks like a tree surrounded by some plants. I can see that, yeah. We'll see what this turns into. I like the idea of it being a cold flame, though. We'll see if it stays flamey Flame on, right? Figured I'd draw in some more of this magenta color just to kind of make sure we I don't know, because I felt it needed more, I guess, because I like purple. Purple was my first favorite color. Barry, are you streaming tonight? Or is this an off night? Pink was your first favorite color. I think that's great. Pink was my dad's favorite color. Like, no joke, he said it was his favorite color every time we asked. He had pink shirts and everything. Then he got into primary school and buried that in the name of conformity, right? Now you're pinker than ever. I think that's fantastic. I fucking love, like, the deep purples. Right? So do I. I love purple. Purple is a fave. I'm much more into, like, dark blues now, but, like, that dark blue purple, like, indigo color really gets me. I think pink is really nice, but it was never my color. Like I said, it was my dad's favorite color. Good taste. I also like poison green eyes. Look amazing. Oh, also, you like poison green eyes. Look amazing. Yeah, I mean, I have green eyes, so I tend to give my characters them, just because the, like, green eyes in real life are never that bright green, and I always thought that bright green was really pretty, so I tend to give my characters that, just because it's like, I wish mine were that bright. There, we brought some of that in. Let's get to, like, a dark purple here. We shall make a darker purple. It's a little too blue. Too blue. There we go. I feel like fucking Bob Ross. It's a happy little color here. I actually grew up watching Bob Ross on PBS. We have public broadcasting channels in each state, since you're both not from here. And so PBS, or public broadcasting, would put Bob Ross on during the daytime. I'd have like 2 of his in a row, something like that. But I don't really get to see it since it was during school hours, I'd only get to see Bob Ross when I was homesick. So it was a special treat. He was an interesting painter because he used to be a drill sergeant and up in Alaska too during Vietnam, and you can tell he very much did not like and got out of that as best he could. And I remember watching one of his videos, and he was talking about how he just decided to stay in Alaska because it was so pretty there. And so he did for quite a while, and then he moved down to Florida, which I no idea why, but you know, people like Florida. And that's where he taped his show, was down in Florida. But a lot of his paintings were of, like, you know, trees and stuff that you would see like in Alaska. So it's like, did you really want to move down there, Bob? Because he sure seemed to paint a lot about the place that you're not at. Always made me wonder. But I liked the show because sometimes he would just bring animals on. Like, he's like, this happy little squirrel was in my backyard. And like, he'd bring a fucking squirrel out. And like, to an elementary school kid who's homesick, that was like the coolest thing that could happen. Is like, this painter's making something that you're like, oh wow, that's so cool. And then he's like, and here's a squirrel. And you're like, what the fuck? It was like the best thing, because you never knew, because it was, you know, public access. It was just a public television channel, so it had to be somewhat educational according to the US government. And his painting was definitely educational and instructive. But then he'd have like a fucking squirrel, and you'd be like, what the fuck? And then he'd like talk about it and then show footage about this squirrel doing some shit, and you're like, and it's like literally from his backyard. It tripped me out. Being distracted by squirrels. I mean, I guess so. Oh, look, a squirrel. Okay, so this is funny. So this brush and my red brushes are actually squirrel hair. Because apparently that's like second best to sable. I can't afford sable, so I got squirrel hair. Hey, they could have donated it. I don't know if they were dead. What is that? Is that a little ant? Is that a little ant emoji? Oh my goodness. Shocked. Did I shock you, Barry? Using animal products? Squirrel emoji. It didn't show up as a squirrel on my end. I have no idea. It looks like a little ant. That's funny. This is pretty abstract. This is like very, very, very abstract. I have no idea what this is. This is what I get for painting with moon water. Barry, I'm painting with moon water. I don't know what I'm doing. There needs to be some sigil in here or something, I think. I can't quite decide. So I did some really interesting spell work the other day. It was utilizing my watercolor, but like I actually did a sigil for this spell with the watercolors and then incorporated the watercolors into an actual painting of things, and it was interesting. It felt good. I should do that more often. I hope I can get back to watching Full Metal Alchemist. Too bad it won't be on Sunday nights though. Like I know with our friend Cece, like she's been watching Nitujo, I think. And now that Saturdays are my shared custody date for Cece, basically. So we won't be doing Sunday Full Metal Alchemist. But I would like to finish that series. It'd be good. This is a really pretty blue. I like this blue. Well. It's about 3:30 in the morning. I probably should attempt to sleep, but I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I had to do stuff. Welcome back. And here I was talking to you this whole time. Moon watercolors. Moonwater watercolors. I know, right? It's something I started like a while back last year. Blame CT, probably. Something gave me the thought, but at any rate, oh, I was just teasing you. Don't worry about it, Mary. I was actually, I was saying that I hope that we get to finish off Full Metal Alchemist sometime, but it won't be on Sundays, most likely, because my joint custody days for Cecilia is on Saturdays now. I put joint custody in quotes because Cecilia is my friend and not family. I requested it be not on a Saturday though too, because my time to spend with Cecilia on Saturday is very slim, because she works every other Saturday, and the Saturday she doesn't work, she goes to D&D. So I suppose it's more hanging out with her than I used to do, because I just used to be able to hang out with her during the Full Metal Alchemist stream. So I get like maybe an hour or two to hang out with her, which is more than it was. You know, I thought things would be going fine regarding Crow. Like, I thought 6 months would be like enough time for them not to like freak out by my mere presence. And yeah, no. So I had put that I was interested in the server, Amanda Mod's cat server, for their weekly Jackbox and Scribbler in the evenings on Thursdays. And Crow freaked the fuck out, and yeah, so I still can't do that apparently, or be in the same spaces or anything. They need to grow the fuck up. They weren't even the injured party. I'm sorry I provided facts. But it sure would be nice to like be able to do stuff with other people that I want to do. Like hang out at Jackbox parties. Or watch anime. Maybe someday, I guess. If I am very lucky, I'll get to be a human being. I've noticed that I kept drawing this back. It's kind of funny. I kept coming back further and further. Barry, I kind of took a cue from you and I started my own Discord. Vibrating with package emotion lately. You were finding lines when you draw, vibrating with package emotion. Interesting. Yeah, I did start my own Discord. Should I send you an invite? I wasn't sure if you'd be interested. Not that there's gonna be much, but I guess it'd be kind of like your server in the sense that there's a lot of, well, you have a lot of chatter, but like at first it was kind of quiet, and I expect mine to be quiet. Yours has a lot of people in it now, and I'm very happy for you. Yeah, I'll send you an invite then. That'll be fun. I'm thinking maybe one of these days I'd do a maybe like a watch party or something on there. Lack of rep in CC server. What do you mean? Let me assign you roles on here real quick. No ad for this stream in the promos channel. Oh. Well, considering the company there tonight, I didn't want to do that. Let me just put it that way. It freaks Crow out whenever I do anything. And they have me blocked. But since they're a mod, they can still, like, see when something gets posted and stuff. So since when I was starting the CC and Crow were hanging out and playing Minecraft or whatever, I decided I wouldn't promo it. You know, 'cause like I think of other people. But I'm a horrible person. I'm a terrible, horrible person. Worst person in the world. It's fine. Basically, like, the server's gonna be like shitposting anyway. But I do have a vent channel. I have an angry dome. I appreciate you not getting involved in that, because that is a fucking mess that I don't even want to be involved in. And I don't mind that you are friends with Crow or anything like that. Like, I have no problems with that. People can be friends with whomever they want to be friends with. I just... in spite of all my attempts, I am not their friend, because I simply asked for my time and efforts to be considered. And I got mad when they weren't, after a very long time of them not being. And they took that passive aggressive remark as being an absolute attack on their person. So you know, they can do what they will. Because I certainly have apologized multiple times for that passive aggressive remark. And certainly, you know, tried to smooth things over multiple times. So it's on them to not be a dick. And they're not being not a dick, so it's whatever. I appreciate you though. You know, people can have lots of different friends. I mean, obviously if it was an issue that I think, you know, people shouldn't be friends, you know, because of XYZ, Cece and I definitely wouldn't still be friends. And we are friends, so there's that. It just puts a lot of kinks in the machine, because now Amanda doesn't think I'm not someone Amanda's comfortable with being around now too, even though, like, I met her in person and we seem to be chill, but because they're very, very close friends with Crow, so it's like little things like that interrupt. So it's like, do I even go hang out on Cat server for events regardless, because now Amanda's not comfortable with me. You just don't like leaving the fact that you're dodging the drama unacknowledged. I appreciate you dodging the drama. I don't even know how well known the drama is. Like, as far as I understand, people just think I don't show up when Crow shows up and vice versa. But God, after their last little hissy fit, you know, if I ever thought of being their friend, I definitely would walk that back now regardless. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. It is 3:43 in the morning and I get stuck on a topic. I appreciate that you like the way the drawing is going. Thank you. I don't know where it's going, but it's going somewhere. situation with Russia. What do you want me to talk about? It's not an improvement. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so how about them Dodgers? I mean, really, there's so much stuff that's going wrong in the world right now. And I'm just painting. It's like fiddling while Rome is burning, to tell you the truth. That's how it feels. Like, I don't know how the other countries feel, but right now, in the United States, half of us are just like, well, things are in a handbasket, what do? I am not personally responsible for Rome. Yes, this is true. Just like I'm not responsible for whatever is going on in my country right now. I don't have a choice in any of it. But I appreciate not being held responsible for Rome, at least. I am no Nero. I have 0 skin in this game. I was kind of thinking for one of my streams I would I may actually do Final Fantasy X, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm gonna have fun with it. Like, I remember it being fun. I played some of it, and I played Blitzball and all this and that, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna have fun with it anymore. Like, I had high hopes for Final Fantasy XII, but those did not pan out. I'm thinking I'll just keep with simpler games and not such long, involved games. I enjoyed Neander's Final Fantasy X streams. You play Crusader Kings because you like roleplay Nero. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that's great. I mean, I might. I also have another very long RPG that is a favorite of mine, but I'm not sure how well it'll hold up. So there's a Catgirl Final Fantasy X precedent. I have Star Ocean Until the End of Time, which was one of my absolute favorites. I played the heck out of this. It is a 2-disc beast. And Star Ocean is just great, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I want to. It was really, 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 really long. Maybe I should keep to lighter games, you know. Like, I've been playing Mario and that's been fun. Paper Mario and the 1,000-Year Door. Which is Monday nights. So, well, Monday night's my time. So the next time earlier than this, but on the next day. Time zones are funny. Maybe Final Fantasy X. I don't know. Right now I'm playing through Samurai Champloo Sidetracked, which is actually a hell of a lot of fun. Like, I have to admit, it's a lot more fun than I thought it would be. Which is why I started streaming it, because I started playing it and I'm like, oh fuck, this is actually entertaining. So I think I'll finish up that for sure before I start anything else on PS2. Because I definitely feel like I've dropped Final Fantasy 12. Because it's not where my headspace is. Oh fuck, you're entertained? What? I don't know about that. I don't know, Barry. Are you entertained? Are you not amused? Sidetracked is fun though, so far. It really should have been an arcade game. Samurai Champloo Sidetracked. Like, it has that feel to it. It feels like maybe they developed it, like, with the thought of arcade first, but it didn't work out or something. Because it would have been really cool as an arcade game. It is very hack and slash in the most fun sense of the word. Because, I mean, you're playing as samurais. So. Sounds sus. It's cool though. I mean, if you've... Speaking of anime, this was a tie-in game. And, it, had, some really, really interesting controls. Like... But it's mainly like a battle game. It's set up for 2 sides. You get to play Mugen and Jean, both. And then like Fu is kind of like a chorus in the plot. I get to feed her lots of shaved ice to the shave ice eating contest that she gets to do. I just stuff her full of it. It's fun. But I'm on like part 6 of Jean's story right now. Ton of voice acting. Like, it's a lot of it is cutscenes and voice acting and furthering the plot, which is entertaining. And they did a really good job because they got the same voice actors to do the game as did the dub for it. And soundtrack's killer too. I'm just not sure if I should make that like a something that I should stream often until I finish it or not. I like how I mix like 7 different blues and this is the color it comes up with. It's like, okay, we've had this color before. Kinda. It's in here somewhere. And here I am, like I've gotten like 4 different blues wet and a purple and a green and this is it. This is it. You're reminded of something. I don't know. What are you reminded of? Also, my candle is really burning down. It's kind of funny. Should roast marshmallows on that. Figure drawing? Like, I'm looking at it too, and I'm like, huh. Give me a little bit, trying to figure it out. Okay. Let me know when you hit it. Periwinkle almost. I just look like leaves or wings. They do kind of. And they very may well be that. I don't know. My paintings are a Rorschach test. That's what they are. You see in them what you want to see. Did someone say wings? Why are you asking? As I mentioned before, Barry is an absolute angel. I think those have wings. Because I like wings. You sound like a wing slut. I mean, no, that's me on like a, you know, cheap wing night at the bar kind of deal. Or at Pizza Hut, because I think Pizza Hut has a good deal on wings. I am definitely a slut for like chicken wings at that point. No, that's my girlfriend. I call her wing slut pretty often. Oh my goodness. Of course. And that's adorable, actually. If you have ever called your girlfriend a wing slut, I think that would be freaking adorable. What kink is this? Good question. Good question. I didn't want such a hard line here, but I decided to do that anyway. So I'm trying to move it. Reminds you a bit of a topographic map, but still not it. Crumpled tissue paper. It is kind of topographical mappy, especially with the colors. Oh, explain why she calls her girlfriend a wing slit. You need answers. Well, Barry, why do you call her a wing slut? Because she's a slut for wings. There we go. Wings as in food or as in wings? As in bird wings. Yes. She sounds like she's not a furry. I mean, birds have feathers, so would bird furries not be furries? This is a question. I mean, like, okay, so think of it this way. If furries are mammalian and they're like, what happens when you get like dinosaur kink stuff? Dinosaurs. Like, as in, oh, who is that author? There's that famous funny author. They had like a book with like the lead was a T-Rex or some shit. Greatest Minds of Our Generation are working on this issue right now. Scaly typical for... Oh, okay. They're known as scalies. Okay. Chuck Tingle. Yes, thank you. I was about to go look them up because I actually follow their Facebook. Haha. Because I always post such interesting stuff. Chuck Tingle is a blessing to modern media, I have to say. I would agree, bird wings are cool. I always wondered what the furry equivalent for reptile liking people is. And now I know. That's neat. I follow an artist that has a dragon avatar. For their live streams. Like, it's a dragon VTuber and they do art. And I always thought it was really neat that they have such a really cool, like, if you're gonna be anything, why not be a dragon? I thought that was so cool. So I've been following them since. Let's see, like, don't get me wrong, you do ERP with the character in your profile pic, but that's kind of weird, dude, because you can be an angel, that's why. I think it's cool people can be whatever they want. And I think it's neat that technology has gotten to such a place that, you know, people can have, like, virtual avatars. That was such a unique concept. And like a pipe dream when I was growing up. Like, it was so fictionalized, the idea of this type of technology. And it's so neat that, like, it's come to pass. Barely scratching the surface of human paraphilia. Okay, now I'm intrigued, Barry. Like, what kind of kink am I missing out on? I don't really expect you to answer. That was very rhetorical. Missing out on wing appreciation. Very disappointed in all of me. I mean, yeah, I guess I am missing out on wing appreciation if I don't have any of my own. Maybe I'm more into tentacles. Get you a wingy partner. Yeah, I mean, that might be nice. Like, my guy, I just want to be someone's little bottom or obedient slave. You think I'm complicated like that? I mean, like, for real? Mood. That's much more than wing appreciation. Yeah. I don't know, wingy partner would be kind of cool. I guess any partner would be kind of cool at this point. But at the same time, like, do I really have the time and effort for all of that? Succumb to the wingy. I'm smiling, by the way. I find this really amusing and cute. Fire Angel's already apparently succumbed. I mean, your handle is Fire Angel, so you would think there'd be some wingies in there somewhere. All shall succumb eventually. That's funny. I mean, I ain't got nothing wrong with wings. But I don't know if I'm a wing aficionado. I just like who I like. That's usually what it winds up being for me, is I just like who I like. then again, you also play Lamian, so you don't know. Disregard noodle, acquire feather. I already got one. Oh, and there goes my candle. That is sad. I refuse. I don't catch the reference. Looks like coral. I could see that. Almost like a brain coral. I do like corals. I like watery things. You know, you would think with my affection for fish and sea animals and water life that I would be like so into mermaids, but I fucking hate mermaids. Not that, you know, it's wrong to like mermaids or anything, but it's like not my deal. Speaking of watery things, ooh. What fetish? You looked away a minute. See, inquiring minds want to know. I don't think we were speaking of anything specific. Yeah, that's what you get for looking at other streams, Barry. No, I'm teasing you. Looking at an art book. Does it got nudies in it? It's not an art book unless it's got nudies. It has to have tits out somewhere. No, it's got tortured formed. Oh, Jesus, fuck. That's like the opposite. What kind of art references are you needing? Or is it just the artist is, you know, into that? Because it's got tentacles, but they're not the fun kind. Oh, that is sad. And fun tentacles are fun. Okay, so every I want to say 3 to 5 years, I always wind up taking that BDSM test to see where I land. The one that, like, I think it's actually BDSM.org or some shit. Um, this year I wound up with Rope Bunny being number one, which I think is so funny. It can be not fun tentacles. I mean, yeah, like Rope Bunny can be hot as fuck. You mean sickly pale things that writhe and stink. I mean, Rope Bunny. This is never not going to be of interest. And I'm teasing. Because I thought it would be funny. Dead fish texture that squishes and oozes under pressure. Oh my goodness. I do wonder what kind of art you're looking at now. This has me intrigued. Like, grotesque art can be so intriguing and, like, captivating. Almost as much as, like, you know, something pretty. But it's very different. That's what you're... What if you're into that? Deltora Quest. Okay. I'm gonna bite. Is it fan art? It's a book series. Interesting. There's a manga that's loosely based on it. Australian book series that got licensed as an anime. Interesting. That's really cool. So I'm guessing fan art for said series. Oh my god, you're gonna do the test right now. Every single Kiwi I've talked about this with has said, huh. No, it's official art? Art. Wow, okay. Huh. That's my reaction. You're gonna have to send, like, said art as a link at some point, because now I'm curious. Also, the series seems interesting. And also, why didn't we get this imported? Like, jeez. America, get with the program. Start importing other anime from down under, because, like, you guys got cool shit. Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, it looks like it's targeted at a young audience, but... it's kind of half the fun with some of these series. Is, like, how lighthearted they can be. Interesting. That's really interesting artwork. I like how they did this sky because that is very like early 80s manga kind of style. Like something you'd see on Dragon Quest, like artwork. Or what else? Like Record of Lodoss War, something like that. You've got another book from the same artist. That's awesome. Hopefully they're still arting, because it's really neat. That is some cool, damn cool artwork. You know, when I was little, I wanted to be the painter for like wide shots in movies, you know, like they always have those background that looked real. Now we have CG for a lot of it, but there used to be a lot more background paintings and stuff, and I always thought that would be such a cool job. It's also filled up with fucked up art. Oh, okay, cool. I mean, like, yeah, art is art. And sometimes they art grotesquely or fucked up, which is always interesting. Also, yeah, I don't know how Rope Bunny came to be like my top one out of all of those, because I always skew it. You know how you can pick like if you're more dominant or more submissive or whatnot. And I always make it so it's like it's whatever. Send me both questions. So I have no idea how I wound up with Rope Bunny. Makes me laugh though, because I'm generally not the submissive type, so that's what's amusing to me about it all. Apparently, at least that day, I thought that sounded really good. So, there's that. Learned way too much about me today, I think. Then again, cats do like playing with string. So how was that not expected? I wonder what this is like. Like, I don't know what it's gonna be yet. Maybe just coral. Maybe there's gonna be like blub 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 fish just blubbing away somewhere in here. love looking at like manga art books. Like the artist who did like Vampire Hunter D. Really interesting art. But also the artist who did Vampire Princess Miyu. Gorgeous art. Gorgeous art. Don't ask me why both are vampire fairies and both have gorgeous art, but they do. Also reminds me a bit of like Castlevania or early Final Fantasy artwork. Then again, the artwork for Final Fantasies are always pretty. I always really liked seeing the booklets that came with them, just for the art. I wonder if I can get that periwinkle blue again. I really liked that color. Floribunda Rose. Floribunda Rose. Oh, those are really pretty. I haven't seen those before. They're really pretty. It could be a rose. It's a broad category, you know. The texture reminds you of Floribunda Rose. I can see that. I can certainly see that because of the way everything's laying. It's very layered. Oh, looks like the cat's up for the day. Noctis is scratching the scratch and post. I'm wondering what the hell I'm doing up so late / early. He took a nap in his window seat. He has a little, or I should say, I have a little window seat for him. Oh, that's gorgeous. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, I think he went back to bed. Just came out for a stretch to see what I was doing and then went back to his window seat. It's got a blanket on it and I have my window shades open and up for him so he can overlook the pool and our back courtyard in our apartment complex. And he loves to watch the birds because he's a cat. Also geode like cleft. You're not staying up late, are you? I mean, it's 4:30 in the morning, so it's already kind of late. It's so late that it's early. And you did the BDSM test. How did that go? How did that go, Fire Angel? It's always good to learn about yourself. I know, like, I probably should go to bed, but I woke up at 2:30 in the afternoon because of said edibles wrecking my sleep schedule more than it was already wrecked. Which, yeah, never again. Oh, at least not that kind. What website did you use? BDSMtest.org. Okay, yeah, 'cause I have to tell you that that website has been around since the early 2000s in some way, shape, or form. And so as that test, it's changed over the years a bit as, you know, nomenclature and new things come in and out. Yeah, 84% Rope Bunny. High five, Rope Bunny twins. Oof. Well, now you know what you like right now. Oh, you like it when I talk about how dirty an angel you are? Oh. Down, girl. That's all I'm thinking. I know you're being a tease, though. Hey, Barry's a girl. I believe that's a yes, mommy. Or mistress, for that matter. I mean, let's see, what? Mistress, there we go. That's what I thought. I have no... Let's see. I have not run into a woman who does not like to be called mistress, regardless if they're submissive or dominant. Aw, technically not an angel, but a fallen angel. Thinking emoji. Sorry, mistress. Exactly. There has never been a woman that I haven't met that doesn't like mistress as a term. It just has a nice ring to it. What can I say? You know, the idea struck me to your advocate for gender assuming. Leave me be. Hey, we're not gonna presume your gender there, Fire Angel. I have actually, like, given serious thought to streaming a hentai game for the fun of it. At the same time, like, do I want to draw that crowd? Like, it's a toss-up. Like, they're not... On Twitch, yeah, a lot of hentai games are not banned because a lot of them have... Like, they have a specific list of what's banned, by the way. I did some research into this. They have a specific list that's banned, and then the ones that are only banned if they're uncensored when it comes to the drawings. But yeah, and so the one that I think would be fun that everybody knows is Nekopara. So I've thought about that, but it's just like I've been debating, because that would be so fun to do for so many reasons. Like, I guess. I mean, yeah, because it's entertaining. It's spicy. And that's always entertaining, too. And doing different voices is always entertaining. And they have so many cat girls, which are adorable. But at the same time, it'd draw a really bad crowd. So it's like, Because it would be fun in, like, it would be fun because it's funny. Like, to do a hentai game. Like, that alone is just funny. But it would be fun also because, like, voices would be entertaining. Nekopara is actually fun. But horrible. God, it's so bad. It is so bad. But everybody knows it. That's the other thing. And of course I have it. Because why not? I would need to set some hard ground rules. Fire Angel change topic. I would need some serious ground rules for that one, yeah. Of course, hard probably is not the operative word there. My favorite food. I kind of go in phases with favorite foods. I like something for like a really long time and then I don't like it. So what am I into right now? I'm just kind of pudding right now is amazing. Like, I am very much a fan of pudding and popsicles because it's freaking hot here. Like, it got to... You're regretting your word choice. Speaking of hard, alright, there aren't any guys here. You should regret your word choice. What is 108 in Celsius? Okay, so this week it's been over 42 Celsius. So that's why I'm into cold things. So like popsicles have been amazing, but I am out of popsicles now, which is sad. And pudding has been great, so I've had some chocolate pudding. Amethyst geode. Oh yeah, it does kind of look geode-y. Geode. I made it a verb. Kind of. Adverb, maybe. The worst thing is you still do not know what setting off your deja vu. Deja vu all over again, Barry. Is it the colors or the shapes? I'm kind of curious about that too. Like at this point, it's making me super curious. Marbled printing for an album color. I mean, yeah, kind of like the dip ones that they used to do for like the insides of books and stuff. Like old photo albums. Oh, Fire Angel has a amethyst geode. Okay, so I went to the they have a natural history museum in New York City. So when I went to New York City, I actually got to see that, which was awesome. And they were having an exhibit on gemstones, and the gemstones were, I mean, they were absolutely gorgeous. But they had a geode, an amethyst geode. They had two of them, and they were like the size of small cars. They were enormous. Oh, that's what you start regretting things when you're talking to Fire Angel. Perhaps. They were really pretty though, these giant geodes. They were the first thing you see as you enter that exhibit hall, and they are just stunning. The whole place was just gorgeous though. It was really fun. I got to do that on my birthday. I went with a couple of my one of my longtime friends and her husband. And I met her on World of Warcraft. Her name's Jana. She's awesome. But yeah, she's from the New York area. So we got to meet up finally, since I was on that side of the coast. It was great. I'd always wanted to see New York too, so it was really cool to do on my birthday. What's incredibly sad? It was a really nice birthday though. East Coast is way different than West Coast, so it was kind of cool to like just kind of feel the difference. And then seeing the sunset at the beach, but like going the wrong direction because it's not going to the... It felt like the wrong direction. I'm like, why is the ocean over here? The sun should be setting over the ocean. It felt so weird. My mic's quiet. New Zealand is a noodle country. I can't turn my mic up any, but I can bring down my other audio. So, yeah, hopefully that's a little better. Sun does what it wants relative to landmarks. Yeah, I'd imagine so. I think island countries are really neat. Like, even if they're huge, but like they have like an island aspect to them where they're their own thing, an own continent, own small continent, if not large continent. I think they're really cool. Because it's like, yeah, you can have the sunset on whatever, it can go down on that side or it can go down on the other side. That's sounding wrong too. But I think it's neat. That Marge Simpson gif. I just think it's neat. If they're huge, they ain't islands. American detected. I mean, continents, islands, kind of same diff. They're their own thing. Hey, we don't use that C word here. I'm an American and we don't use that C word. I know it's not as bad elsewhere. But please, no C word in chat. Like, in America, the C word is, like, as bad as it gets. So, different contexts, I know. It just is. It's just not used in polite company, even as a joking, it's just the way it is. Americans don't use the C word. We find it shocking. Just leave it to our, probably the Protestants. Made it shocking, along with, all the rest of our uptightness. It's just, we don't use that word. Somewhere between Greenland and Australia. Yeah, that's about right for the cutoff for an island, because Greenland's an island, and Australia's a continent. So in between there. Greenland is pretty unambiguous an island, and also huge, yeah. And I always thought the best way to remember which was for Iceland and Greenland is Iceland is green and Greenland is ice. Like, that's how I reasoned it in my brain. My brain was like, okay, that's how you remember which one is which. Is their opposite of what they should be named. Oh, I also did one of those this reminds me because, Iceland and Greenland and all. I did one of those DNA tests a couple years back, and they always update when they have like a better understanding of like what regions things or people are from and stuff like that. And so my great grandfather was Swedish, and my great grandmother was Dutch and Norwegian. But it's always really interesting to see like them update the Swedish, because it gets smaller and smaller and smaller region each time. Because it's like they can pinpoint things, I guess, super easy when it comes to like the diaspora from Sweden. And so apparently, like, my great grandfather's DNA, like where his family was located, was way the fuck up north. And that cracked me up, because I'm just like, oh, okay, because, I was thinking, why would he want to, why would his family want to escape Sweden and, the 18 whatevers? And, yeah, because it was the fucking north part, the really, really bad north part. Like, it's fucking cold there, north part. So anything is better than that. So then it made sense. Yay, Dutch gang. Yeah, so my great grandmother was Dutch and Norwegian. And the Norwegians and the Swedes do not get along historically. So it was always really funny that my great grandparents got together. And then when they got mad at each other, my great grandmother would start swearing in Dutch, and my great grandfather would start swearing in Swedish at each other. Is that short for tomboyish or instantly executed by Kirsch? Tom Dutch. Nice. I kind of like this magenta. It's interesting. Well, I guess it's more fuchsia than magenta, because it's more on the purpley side. It's an interesting color. Okay, suddenly I'm like, I want stroop waffles and some hot coffee. That sounds amazing right now. No, I just have food cravings. It's not racist. I'm just like, damn, there's some good food out there. They ain't that good. I mean, they're not bad though. Like, I think they're pretty yummy. Shoop waffle summoning ritual. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's not like I could have one anyway because I'm diabetic, but I can sure remember the taste. And they tasted good with good coffee. Your food consists of Fitch and average cookies. What do you mean? I mean, when something isn't around, typically It's like, okay, variety is the spice of life. Or like when somebody gives you free food, it adds plus 10 to how yummy it is just because either somebody made it or like, and it wasn't you, or, you know, the fact that they cooked it is amazing. But yeah, fish and average cookies. See, and I hate eating fish. Like, I really do. I grew up in the Pacific Northwest, and they have a ton of salmon there, and crab, and clams, and all kinds of stuff. And I really don't like fish. I have fish as a pet. Fish are friends, not food. I guess I'm like the shark and Dora. I actually just really like trying different foods and things. Um, like international foods. It was really fun when I got to order from J-List back when they were doing food instead of hentai. And I ordered some Japanese bubblegum. And it was the coolest bubblegum because it was... It had the texture of cotton candy. Inside it were Pop Rocks. And when it melted in your mouth, it actually solidified into the gum, and there was Pop Rocks shooting off in your mouth at the same time. So you got like the taste sensation of cotton candy or candy floss, Pop Rocks, and then it turned into bubblegum. Don't forget to touch them. Hey, that might count as racist there. Oh my goodness. Giving a little smack there, huh, Barry? Those are the only good Dutch thing. That's funny. I mean, there's like tulips and painters and all kinds of stuff. The Dutch have a long history. Innocent piece of cookware. I mean, yeah. You've tried just about all Dutch food, and I really think it's that good. Well, I haven't tried much Dutch food, so. One of our painters cut off his own ear. You know, he had a mental health problem and he was doing his best, and he and I have the same birthday. So I have a lot of love for Van Gogh. This article is about the cooking pot. Further uses, see Dutch oven disambiguation. Oh my god. Barry. No. Oh god. Okay. I have to tell the story. So I was in bed one night. This is a Dutch oven story, and like the horrible way things can get trapped under the covers. Let me start this. Let me start this over. So, one of my friends, I was hanging out with them, and I was on vacation. This was this is a story about Cecilia. And earlier that day, I hung out with her friend Chris, and Chris and Cecilia were telling me this story about how when they were kids, they had like a sleepover with a whole bunch of other kids, and, and Cecilia had gas. Uh, really, really bad gas. I think it was Cecilia who had gas. It could have been one of their other friends. At any rate, they were telling me this story and how, like, basically this kid was in a sleeping bag and had farted a lot, and they woke them up, and it made them sit up so fast, or something made them jump, where like all the air came rushing out of one end of the sleeping bag, and it was a horrific fart. And everybody just about died, right? Okay, so that's the preface for this. Is I had been told this story and it was hilarious, and I do it no justice. So then, since I was hanging out with Cecilia and I was visiting her on my vacation, she and I had gotten back late to the hotel, and she wasn't feeling well because her blood sugar dropped too much, and so she was feeling faint, so I had to go lay down while I, went and grabbed some of her stuff, because she had like an insure in a backpack, and I made her some sugary tea before I set off to locate the backpack in her car. And so she crawled in bed under covers because she was cold, because that happens with low blood sugar. And so she was having this bout of being hypoglycemic, I think it's called. At any rate, so I was talking with her, and I made sure that she had the tea, had the Ensure. She was starting to feel better and everything, and and she let one rip accidentally, which was hilarious to start with, right? But like, it didn't really dawn on me that she was just absolutely burritoed into these comforters on the bed, right? So I can't remember if she started talking or I started talking or something, and I think I thumped her on the back, but then like all of a sudden, whoosh, came out the fart from the comforters, and I just about died. And that's why you should not touch oven any farts. Because God, yeah. And that was hysterical, because like she told me the story of that happening, and just earlier that day, and then like it literally happened to me. It was like there was a film set up for it. Like, this you couldn't make up. It was hysterical. I'm not so mean to her. I am not so mean to her. She is a sweetheart, and I went down like 4 flights to go get her an Ensure and rummage through her car just for the backpack with the Ensure and everything, to make sure, because I felt horrible that she was having like low blood sugar issues because we didn't get dinner in time for her not to have issues. So I was like, I'm gonna treat you so well. I'm gonna go get this. And everything's gonna be fine. And then I start talking to her after she's starting to feel a little better, and then like, yeah. No, I'm just an egger. Just absolutely egger. Isn't my life just a movie? I mean, basically. I do have a full model, actually. And let me look and stand on my own desk. Look, I'm miniature. I am a miniature. Okay. Let me take this away so it doesn't look so creepy. Hold on a second. Yeah. So. Oh, also I have a giant tail now, by the way. Giant tail. Let me move my character here. She is freaking adorable. I will set myself on the desk and then take away my chair here. Yeah. So that's my girl. I recently made I did this dress today. It's a revamp of the dress that I had before. And let me see if I can get her to... Yeah, excuse like my boxes here. We're totally professional. Let me get her to dance real quick because it's like fun to watch. And then you can see like the dress in motion. Like the dress looks pretty cool. Like I got it to be pretty fluttery. Also, she's like dancing like the techno Viking, so that's really kind of funny. I'm getting a kick out of techno Viking dance here. Like she's going at it. I also did it was more than just the more than just the dancing. I had her I also redid her thigh highs, and then redid her glasses, and I redid... God, I did so much stuff on her today. Also, I need to get her to stop dancing, so hold on a second. Let's see if I can open the shortcuts to stop that. Because I accidentally stuck it in a bad... let's see. There we go. I stuck her in a bad spot. But yeah, like, check out some of these details here. I wonder if I could rotate her any. I wonder... You're just getting her boobs. It's great. I'm kind of laughing at this, yeah. But let me just move her back to where she was at. Lol, tail. I like how Josie just popped in for this. Hi, Josie. Just wow. You're just like, wow. Thanks. Fire Angel, you're funny. Changes scene. Realizes I totally forgot to set up capture at all. I mean, that's kind of me in general. Josie fell asleep. Welcome back. Appreciate you being back. I got my chair. I got my tail. I really need to make a real tail because it kind of sucks. And... Oh, I am surprised I'm still going to, but then I realized I woke up at 2:30 in the afternoon. So I get a head pat for that. Oh, I seriously needed a head pat. Also, this is not in a spot I really want. There we go. We'll move you up a little. There we go. Head pat. Such a good head pat. Yeah, I'm still awake. I shouldn't be. But my painting's gone, like, quite a bit further. I still don't know if it's coral or what. It's interesting, though. Hedonism of doing your own head pat redeem. I know, right? God, I'm a slut for head pat, so I might as well. Oh, also, I got teeth. I got teeth when I open my mouth wide. Ah. It looks like a harpy. I mean, it could be a harpy. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure what anything is yet. Teeth. Yeah, I got fangs. It's great. I don't know how I got like such big fangs all of a sudden. No, they aren't supposed to be this big. Makes me have a lisp. I have a lisp in my fangs. Ah. Teeth. I also redid my smile. Like, my smile is now like, yay! I thought this was cute. You also get to see my little dealy bop. There we go. Yeah, it's cute. And then I got joy and sorrow. I've kept my sad face. My sad face is so sad. Look how sad she is. She's just so sad. It's just sad. My angry face is the best though. Look at my fucking angry face. She's so mad. I love this. God. If only like more people had like this kind of anger, like this level of anger, it'd be amazing. I have too much fun. This is like her surprise face. She looks genuinely surprised. Oh, that one's neat. Is that what's reminding you? That watercolor is really pretty though. The one that you sent earlier, the Whitman. That's pretty. You think you're getting warm. Outer God from Magic the Gathering. Oh, okay. You might get close. That'll be great. Okay. I just absolutely love how mad this is. She's so mad. But also, this is so cute. Her pout, though. They have like so many like cool things for this. Harpy. Who's a harpy? Nobody's a harpy. I don't know what you're talking about. Not at all. Toot toot. How am I this cute? I don't know. I just got to being cute. Cute all the time. I know I have expressions in here somewhere. Hold on a sec. The drawing's a harpy. Oh. You know, I should put my idle animation back in. Because I had my idle animation set to the stretch. Look at this. This is a harpy. I like that I have that motion. I think that's funny. Almost as good as like this. I fucking love this. Just peace. Choo choo. Hotkeys are fun. And that's why you should totally make sure that I hotkey absolutely everything. Because like, I only have a few things on hotkeys. And anymore. I used to have my expressions on hotkeys, but when they updated the program, it removed all my hotkey settings, so I just haven't set them back up yet. It's kind of funny. This is like the first time in 10 years that I don't have to work on 4th of July. I haven't had this holiday off ever since I moved here. I think I'm gonna finish the painting and then head to bed. Will I dumb you? No, I only do that as a special party trick. I appreciate that though, thanks. I'm a bit of a switch, and it really depends on context which I want to be. Like, just for transparency's sake, I should say. I definitely don't do casual relationships. If my track record is anything to go by. So no play. Hey, I think I finally found that periwinkle color I was going for. It's on the little purpley side though. Darn it. Still going nuts trying to figure out what it reminds you of. It's gonna hit you. And like a ton of bricks. Once you remember. It's exactly like an album cover. God, I feel like it should be like some kind of it's like a version of Tarkus, but like without an armadillo tank on the front. And I mean an armadillo that is actually has like tank treads. Like the animal armadillo. Like crystal things. I mean, it could be an album cover. It'd have to be like some prog rock band. Like, which is why I mentioned Tarkus, the album. Like, I'm not sure what else it could be other than a prog rock band. Like, it wouldn't be like the Les Claypool Delirium album, would it? Or the Claypool Lennon Delirium, I think it's called. Win Pro. Windows 8 Pro. I mean, it's getting there. Not this, but while I'm here, that's funny. I mean, same hat. Those are some of my favorite colors. Those are really nice colors. They did a good job. It's almost like a children's hospital. Advanced colored theory on display, right? Right? So, our hospital here has something that reminds me of that, by the way. Except it's not like in a children's word. Well, okay, it's over in that building. But there's stained glass from the ceiling, and it's like red and orange and stuff. And it just reminds me of that. And I go to my sleep doctor there, like in that building, so I see it every so often. This looks like a lot like stained glass, Lord. I should post a picture of that. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. And don't mind me here for half a tick. I'm just gonna throw it in Discord because it's really funny. Oh, that's really pretty. That has similar feel. It definitely has a feel to it. I think it's kind of funny though. You're like, I know it looks like something, but I can't figure out what. Because I know I'm not helping matters. But I also think it's amusing. Because, like, it's always great when art reminds you of something else in a good way, but this is reminding you of something else in a bad way, in the sense that you can't locate it. And it's gonna be a mystery. Oh, that's cool. Interesting quilting. No, you're good. You're just chasing deja vu. And you like doing so. I totally get that. Especially when something looks like something else. I'm always curious about that too. Like, chasing deja vu is an entertaining thing. Bible and cross won't help you here. I should know. I'm American. Abandon all hope, ye who enter. Abstract paint. Marbling. Yeah, that's really pretty marbling too. Though, like, the middle bit kind of looks like a vulva. Which, I mean, admittedly... Oh, what was that artist's name? Georgia O'Keeffe. Did those flowers that were very, suggestive. Actually, she did them in watercolor, too. I wonder if this reminded you something of Georgia O'Keeffe's. We're bringing in some pink here for you, Barry. Look at this. I actually went, like, legit, like, into my neon pink. Because it mixes really well. You're gonna die even faster at this rate. How come you're dying? Don't die. You need answers. What answers are we looking for specifically? Oh, the cat is awake yet again. You have a few more hours before food, bud. Did you want out? Let me eat the cat for a moment here. Here you go. See you later, dude. He gave me such a look of bewilderment, too. He's like, what? Nice joke. My roommate's cat Noctis. It's Georgia O'Keeffe, not the flowers, but the landscapes. Oh! I didn't know that Georgia O'Keeffe did landscapes. Or maybe I did and I just didn't think about it. You're gonna have to link us something. That's actually really cool. I haven't thought about Georgia O'Keeffe in a long time. And she was in the American Southwest too, so that's really funny. 'Cause that's where I'm located. Georgia O'Keeffe was a watercolor painter here in the States. And she got famous for being old and painting. Like, that's what I remember from, like, my art history is, like, she was old. She liked to paint watercolors. She painted flowers. And apparently landscapes. Ah, yeah. She died after I was born, but like, yeah, she was in Santa Fe, New Mexico. So like, something that's more indicative of her artwork is something like this. Jojo O'Keeffe's Black Mesa landscape. Didn't know she made Half-Life fan art. I know, right? Way ahead of her time. I mean, God, yeah. Hers are more... She has more form to them. Like, she was a very studied artist, and there's definitely more form to hers than mine. Mine's a lot looser. She did some gorgeous flowers, but yeah, some of her stuff is very impressionistic. That's definitely more like similar in some ways too. I'll have to keep some of this in mind, for sure. I liked her work, like the flowers and stuff when I was a kid. I was more into Van Gogh for obvious reasons, birthday, but other artists are really nice. I like Marie Cassatt, I think it was. Mary Cassatt? You had an art assignment in middle school based on texture where we looked at some art like these for rough. Oh, that makes sense. I think... Oh, you decided to do yours in blue, which was super out there in terms of pics, and you never regretted it. Hope that wasn't sarcasm. I hope you actually really enjoyed it. I loved the art assignments that we'd get on occasion. 'Cause I felt like they were so rare. Um, like in my French class of all places, we got to play with oil pastel, and I love oil pastel. Those are some of my favorite media to use. Oh, good, you did really enjoy it. That's wonderful. But we were doing, I guess we must have been doing some kind of unit on the Louvre, because it was French class, and they have a lot of impressionists there. So we each got to have a impressionist artist that we were doing a picture in the style of. So of course I chose Van Gogh, and I had a blast with oil pastel. And I tried to go for like the color scheme of like his stuff in Arlie's, like the what's it called? Like he did some paintings of the town and the farms and haystacks and just these beautiful trees. There were some trees in that one. They were all just like funky and gnarled, and I liked that. I have a big soft spot for that guy. More art memories, please. Okay, so I grew up in and around Portland, Oregon, and they have a lot of art museums there, just a ton, but they also have a lot of statues on the street and stuff. So like this one field trip we took to downtown Portland, we got to walk around the park blocks, and we got to walk around some of the more downtown areas that were just mainly businesses. But there's this giant statue of Portlandia, and I remember being just awestruck by it because of, like, I think it's metal, and it was shiny, but kind of like brushed steel, kind of. And Portlandia it was gorgeous. And it was huge. And I was young, and it just looked even bigger to my young eyes. But we got to walk around Portland and look at all the statues. This music video you reminded of? I'll post it in the Discord for later. I'll have to check that out. So in elementary, we didn't have a dedicated, that's like primary school. So like it's when you first enter school. I'm not sure how they're titled in other countries, but in ours they're called elementary. And it's like first or kindergarten through 5th grade. And we didn't have dedicated art teacher for each class. We had an art teacher that went around to the classes, and we get to have her like once a month, basically, or like once a quarter, something like that. And she'd come in with a slideshow and have us do drawings and things in that art style. Or it was really wonderful. Like, she was really cool. I don't remember her name, but like her son was in my class, and I remember her son's name was Nico. And I always thought that was really, really interesting. And then when I got older, I wondered if it was from that band. There's a singer called Nico. But anyway. This is make you sleepy and cozy. That's good. We need these kind of sleepy and cozy things. And Nico was really good at art too. Like his mom was great at art. Like she would do the demonstrations. She was an art history major, and she was the one that generally led the field trips when it came to going and seeing art while I was in elementary school. And so you knew it was going to be a good day whenever she stopped by. It was a lot of fun. I loved those days because I loved art. I still do. You know, and she always was very encouraging for having people just do art to do art. And she liked that we all were very eager to learn, because there really wasn't much, you know, art education on television and stuff, because as I mentioned, the only time I got to see Bob Ross was like when I was homesick. And past kindergarten, we didn't have any dedicated like time to just futz around with art. Thank you also for posting that video. Totally gonna check that later. I got to see a really nice exhibit of Impressionists when I was a teen in Portland. It was the late 90s, and the one of the art museums, I think it was the Modern Art Museum there, had just a whole bunch of Impressionists. So of course I really, really wanted to go. And they also had at the same time an art exhibit for John Lennon's art, which was another huge influence on me in my line art, I have to say. And the fact that they were both at the same art museum at the same time, I just flipped. I had a wonderful walking tour through there. My sister went with me, and I had to be about 17 or so, and it was really lovely to see like Van Gogh up close and Monet from afar. Oh god, those were huge. The Monet, like they had like 2 of them, and like this art museum was small, and all the rooms are really slim, so we had to, like, the walls were like this, basically, like between each other. Like you'd be going through the gallery, you know, little doorways here and there, right? And so the Monet, like, was on this wall, and you had to stand back a couple of walls in order to see it, because it was just, I mean, his stuff was so huge and so detailed, but not at the same time. So that really struck me of how big those pieces were and how beautiful. I like Monet a lot. I don't remember if there were any from Toulouse-Lautrec, but I really like Toulouse-Lautrec's work. Liquefied classical painting in the background is similar effect. Nice. New Zealand is very backwater, so you haven't had much opportunity to explore it, but I want to know what the but's for. You absolutely love the study of museum exhibits. Oh, I know, right? I love museums. That's why I went to the Natural History Museum in New York. Like, my friend asked me, because I was going out there, she's like, you know, my husband used to be a tour guide for the hotels. Like he would set up and tell people, you know, what was good to go see and get itineraries done. What do you want to go and do? What do you want to go and do, Vic? And I'm like, I want to see an aquarium or a museum. And that's how I wound up at the Natural History Museum. I went to New York City, and the thing I wanted to do was see a museum. And it's absolutely so me. We saw some of the other fun stuff too, but like, I really just wanted to go to a museum. Butts are for sitting on. Yeah, I know, right? If it wasn't going to be the Natural History Museum, it was going to be a different museum. But we were already by Central Park, and that side of town and that side of Central Park, because I wanted to go see John Lennon's Imagine mural, because, again, Beatle nerd here. And I wanted to see the Dakota, which Yoko still owns an apartment there. So I did. And then we walked to the nearest museum, and it happened to be the natural history one, which was really fun. I saw so many dinosaurs. They have a whole floor of dinosaurs. Oh my goodness. You think if you fully took in a New York museum, your puny brain would implode. I have to say, the Natural History Museum, if you do get a chance, is a full day thing to see everything there. Because I didn't see absolutely everything, but we got quite a bit. But at the same time, we didn't have enough time for everything. I took so many pictures that my my phone was almost nearly dead, and I had to shut it off about halfway through. Like, I didn't even get to take all the dinosaur pictures I wanted to. I was so mad. But I needed it for the ride back to Cece, because she had to work that day. She had to work on my birthday. She didn't want to, but the itinerary just unfortunately worked out that way. Otherwise, I would have drug her ass with me. But it was kind of sweet, because, like, after I got back, and she picked me up at the train station, we went and got food at a pizzeria that she absolutely loves. So it was nice, because I got pizza. Like, legit awesome, amazing pizza. And we brought some home for her family, which was cool. You know, the United States has a lot of good things and a lot of bad things. I have to say, the museums are one of our good things. Like, I like that we have so many. We even have museums in this town. So the part of the Southwest I'm in also has, like, a lot of fossils. So there's a dinosaur track museum that's not far from here, where they found and uncovered fossilized dinosaur tracks. Busy girl, Cece. You're also a busy girl. You know how it'd be. Too true. New Zealand has museums too, don't get me wrong. Just like 2 of them. I am sure there's more than 2 museums, Jesus. Like, I don't know how. Well, I mean, maybe there isn't. Here in the States, we have museums for absolutely everything. I mean, we have, like, giant balls of yarn museums. We have the Corn Palace, which is literally a palace that's covered in corn. We have all kinds of weird things. So I imagine you have more than just 2. At least I would hope. Oh, every backwater town has their own museum. See, that's what I thought. You meant like 2 museums that are like super legit. Every city has something respectable. So yeah, same here. Well, except for like, I don't know if this town's respectable when it comes to museums. Other than the dinosaur track ones. Which, by the way, they only unearthed them because they were going to build a supermarket there. So they removed them and then built the supermarket there. When, like, it's like, guys, there could have been more dinosaur tracks. They didn't give a shit. Only the Auckland Museum and Te Rapa Wellington Museum are legit. If I'm ever lucky enough to get to go to New Zealand, I will have to go to those for sure. I just didn't think I'll ever get that lucky. Do you know how hard it is to get a passport? Jeez. My mom had to wait 1.5 years for her passport. They're really, really, really behind because they got gutted by the Trump administration. Like most of our stuff. So takes quite a while. Plus it's really expensive. It's like, let's say like $300 to get a passport. Te Papa, not Te Rapa. Okay. Both good, but unfortunately they're on opposite sides of the North Island. I mean, it could be worse, but it's a day trip between them. Day trips are not bad. And welcome back, Angel. How is our fiery angel? We were discussing art history and museums. The place where I grew up had a ton of museums. The children's museums were really fun when I was a kid. There's a World Forestry Center in Portland that was really, really neat. And it's all about trees, obviously. And they also had the Oregon Museum of Science and Industry. So OMSI for short, and OMSI was the most awesome place to go as a kid. And it's still awesome, like regardless if you're a kid or not, because they always had really interesting exhibits. And what was cool is the Scouts, Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, got to, for a merit badge, stay in OMSI overnight. Like that was their special, like, one of their special trips. Because Oregon being so full of freaking rain, it rains 9 months out of the year. It's hard to do a lot of, like, camping where nobody gets muddy. So a lot of the scouts tend to go to museums and other things like that too. But anyway, sleepover at a science museum is freaking awesome when you get to like see dinosaur bones and shit, because they would have stuff like that there. An earthquake machine, like a machine that like simulated the earthquakes and stuff. Oh, they had so much fun. I was a Girl Scout, yeah. I only stayed until the end of brownies, though. So that's like the first level of scouting. I was a little scout. I enjoyed it, though. But we didn't get to do too many outdoor activities because it was always rainy. And as a little kid, you didn't get to enjoy the rainy stuff as much. Same. That's great. I'm glad you were a scout too. I think that kind of stuff is important. The one thing I didn't like at the time is the Girl Scout oath was, um, on my honor, I will try to serve God and my country, to help people at all times, and to live by the Girl Scout law, which they have omitted that. God and my country, but now it's just my country. I didn't like it as a little kid. I don't like it now. I don't like that kind of bullshit, though. The Boy Scout one is worse. Like, the Girl Scout one is like, was pretty light. And in fact, Girl Scouts was so anti-Christian, that there was an offshoot of Boy Scouts called the Campfire Girls, who were a Christian-based scouting outfit. And they're still very popular, these Campfire Girls. But yeah, it's specifically Christian. America. Just America makes me shake my head some days. It really, really does. Like, you know, everybody can have their religion and everything. I'm cool with that. But at the same time, like, it's pretty pathetic how loudly they scream over here that they're underprivileged and, you know, all this bullshit. That's how we got in this mess in the first place. But we should have guessed that, considering the Puritans. Legit question. Ents. Was ist the question? I'm always open for questions. If someone immigrates from another Western country, what's the level of buy-in expected on an American civil religion? I would have to say that in order to pass the immigration test, you have to buy in a whole hell of a lot. When it comes to community, it depends on what community you're living in, whether they need that kind of upkeep or not, because I'm not even considered someone who is anywhere near, I should say, American enough when it comes to, like, upkeep for the American civil religion. It's more, it depends on where you're living, and it depends on like your social aspect. You're getting ent or forest spirit things from the vibe, or from the vibe of the painting. That's really cool. I could deal with that. Yeah, I could work with that. You know, when it comes to all the accoutrements of the American civil religion, which, I mean, we're talking about it metaphorically existing in the first place. People expect you to celebrate 4th of July. People expect you to, you know, not talk ill about the military. You know, stuff like that is all very hush hush, and it really just depends on the crowd then too. Like, because even, okay, so even in an extremely liberal place like Portland, Oregon, for example, which is liberal capital, according to a lot of places. They still celebrate the 4th of July, still light off fireworks. They had riots because, you know, black people getting hurt. There's a lot of questions with that. As an American and growing up as American, there's a lot of things that I could do and say that someone who immigrated here would not have the same privilege because of presumptions. They presume that you're legitimately hating on America, whereas Americans hating on America is a national pastime. If someone immigrates from... Oh, sorry, I misread that because I read it before. Yeah, my military takes more money than NASA. Yeah, you're telling me what the fuck. I want my tax dollars to actually go to good things like NASA. I miss national missions. I miss that, you know, the public had a vested interest in it. And it wasn't like fucking Elon Musk, you know, that robber baron, you know, getting us into space and bullshit like that. You know, our tax dollars could be going for helping people at our borders and all kinds of things, but they're not. And I have absolutely no say in it. I just paid the bill. And that's what a lot of Americans are feeling right now. And have been feeling for quite a while. We just pay the bill. It's like having an unhappy marriage where you just feel like the person providing funds rather than a partner. And Americans never really had that partnership anyway. We only just thought we did. And each generation just gets less and less unaware that this is all just a dog and pony show. Our history is built on lies and murder. We circle back to current events. So true. America, fuck yeah. Don't ask me a political question, Barry. I will go on about it. History. Yeah, American history is pretty fucked up. It just be like that. I like the addition of the pink, actually. Like, I thought I wouldn't, but I like it. For Palpatine voice, there is no history. I mean, we're kind of playing those games here, yeah. I think the pink actually made some really nice contributions here. I think it's funny. You're like staring me from ranting about topics. You're like, and that's a hot spot. Let's not discuss that. Let's just move on over here. Just gonna mosey over here. Not that it's un... Not that it's not necessary. It is definitely necessary, I'm sure. It's midnight there now. Oh, wow. Celebrity crushes, the least political thing possible. Oh no, celebrity crushes are totally political. I actually don't have any celebrity crushes, like right now. Like, I think some celebrities are somewhat attractive, but I don't really... I don't consume enough media. Oh, that's funny, Barry. Yeah, no, definitely not discuss that. And in fact, I don't know enough about it to discuss it coherently. And I'm also kind of thankful for that. Other than I still think that Johnny Depp's a dipshit. The trends justify the memes. Ah, that's great. I love that. That is an absolute wonderful play on words there. The game. Bitch shit and cocaine are insane. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, so I'm glad I don't. So wait, did people just lose the game if they're tuning in? I think they have just lost the game. Which is a series of flash games about memes and current events released roughly a decade ago. That's clever. So nothing's a current event there then. Metal Gear lore. That just reminds me of like Mojave's streams about Metal Gear. Oh my goodness. Those were something else. Like he did a series on Metal Gear and it was super lore-tastic. Like they had so much research. It was ridiculous. I like how like Discord put me as a way and it's like obviously I'm not. That's so funny. I had to wake it up. The first game came out in 2008. Oh, wow. That's about, let's see. think I was breaking up with my first ex-fiance at that point. It was 2008. Yeah, would have been. That's funny. And I was definitely sucked into World of Warcraft at that point. Because we all were. If you think I'm old, I've got bad news about how you'll be soon. Oh, everybody gets old. I am absolutely willing to bet that I am old enough to be Fire Angel's mom. Absolutely. Taking bets here. Please be my mommy. No. There's a reason I don't have children. You're so funny. Barry, I'm 15. I played it a couple of years later, and I was really young at the time. Yeah, okay. Sure. I believe you, Missy. Your older sibling played it, and you were watching as a wee babe. You're 12. You're 4. Yep. I mean, I was making fart jokes earlier, so if anybody is going to be like 12, it's perpetually me. God, and that was so damn funny, too. It's just hysterical. I think Cece tells this story a little better than me. But yeah, damn. Don't give anything gassy inducing to Cece. That smelled like death. It was terrible. Oh my goodness. Aw, that's sweet. At least my heart is for you. That's sweet. We are almost done with this thing. Look at this. We just got this white spot over here. And probably some touch up there, but we're not going to discuss that yet. But okay, yeah, we will. Oddly enough, I got the right blue. This may be one of those days where I just stay up all day anyway, because I am not having luck with sleeping. And I might actually get to go to bed at a decent time. I just have to, you know, not go to bed. Minor detail. I should sleep, but I can't. This is why I have insomnia. It's not like a... It's not just me saying I have insomnia. I have insomnia. Been clinically diagnosed with insomnia and circadian rhythm issues. Which is like, oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Yep, it's a thing. Okay, well that explains it. Tell that to my work, huh? But anyway, I probably should get to bed soonish. I mean, poor Barry there's already stayed up till midnight. Past midnight. Look at that, it's midnight 15. I wonder if I wetted this too much. Haven't decided. Maybe? It's funny how much the water changes as I'm painting this. I wonder if I should take some green. Yeah, there we go. Get a little more of that turquoise back in here. 'Cause we had it down here, but we lost it along the way for some reason. You want to touch this? I mean, okay, so the watercolor paper, it feels kind of like you're running your hand over chalk because of the pigment. If you must know how it touch. It feels very, yeah, like chalk. Almost. Looks like it has such a touchable texture. It does. I don't know if you can hear this. But it has like kind of a grainy feel to it. Also, like, I just realized I stuck my head through here, so like, yay, head. You can see part of my nose. ASMR, I know, right? You just hear it. It doesn't go anywhere, but it lives. Oh, out of water. There we go. Like, the one thing about watercolors I think is interesting is how little water you need. Like, for any of this work. Especially with good watercolor paper. Which, this isn't even good watercolor paper. This is decent watercolor paper. But it's not fabulous. And this is not amazing paint. This is not like brand name paint. And the pigments still turn out really nice. Actual good ASMR. Face reveal, right? You got to see my nose. Next I'll show you an ankle. I have to say that it feels, yeah, it just feels really kind of chalky. Nicely dry. Also, we got water down here. Did nobody spot this? Why? We had a drop. And so we're gonna have to fix that. Apparently we had a drop of purple. When you're good at art, it doesn't matter if you don't have the best stuff. Yeah, I mean, like, you make do with what you got. And I tend to do that because I just like making art. Yeah, when I was talking to somebody who actually, like, does a lot of watercolors, they were surprised by what I was using and the techniques I was using with said things. And it's not that I think my work is good, per se. It's just I find my work interesting. Because when I'm done with it, I'm like, huh, that looked kind of cool. I know I showed the other day, but I have another finished one here. This one was an interesting piece. I enjoyed working on it. It actually goes this way. Because for some reason, this reminded me of like a blue pomegranate. I don't know why, it just did. Also, one of my rocks fell. Rocks fall, people die. But I really liked that one. It was for somebody. I did a meditative work for them to help them feel better. I asked them their favorite colors. And I listened to music that they liked while I was painting it. Which is how I like to do some of my meditative work. Camera blocked. What? What am I missing? What am I missing? What did camera blocked? Okay, fine again. There we go. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if it was the light, because I hit the light a little bit. Sorry, I have a boom. There's two booms actually, one for the light and one for the... I'm just freaking out my camera and zooming in and out. That's great. Look at this. This is all like, woo, I don't know what to focus on. I don't particularly think I'm good. I think I make interesting art, and I'm glad that you think it's good. I've just been painting strangely since I was in high school, is all. I guess that should be my next band name, Painting Strangely. Or it should be my album cover. Look, I got a hair in there. Damn squirrel hair, I tell ya. Squirrels keep falling out, losing their hair. Boom, boom, pow. I honestly didn't think over the overhead painting, like, that it would look this decent with the lighting that I got a long time ago, because originally this was gonna be my rig setup for doing tarot readings, because I had a tarot channel for quite a while that I tried to get going but never really did. And that's the backdrop here too was for that. I mean, I still do tarot, obviously, but I left doing the channel. Which, honestly, I have a hard time with schedules. I mean, that just is ADHD fact of life, right? The channel is non-existing now, so I deleted it. But if you must know, it was Bottled Chaos Tarot, just because I am one big bottle of chaos. And you don't want to dare uncork me. I had fun doing it up until I didn't have fun doing it. Those schedule things never work out for me. I have a hard time with that. I have a hard enough time doing projects that I want to do. Like, I really want to finish an astrology project that I started for obvious reasons. But I also have so many other projects too. I have a list of projects. Today I told one of my friends that I didn't know what to do with myself because rehearsal was cancelled. And she was like, well, what projects you got going on? And I'm like, I got a list. She's like, that's how it works out with me too. You start listing stuff and then you're like, oh, I guess I have too many projects. I knew I needed to get some green in here. I love green. Plus, anyway, how could we not be the Windows 8 Pro Edition without some green in it? Right? We knew green was gonna happen. Of course. I feel like this corner needs to be really dark for some reason, so it's getting a lot of dark pigments. We'll straighten them out in a minute, though. That's why they're all smudgy. You gotta go, but you'll be back. Well, have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day if I don't see you. And it was really wonderful of you stopping by. You have a good rest of your day, Fire Angel. We may be done with this in just a little bit. Hopefully you're still having a good evening, Barry. How was the chocolate? I want to ask. Because I love chocolate. I'm sure it was delicious. It disappeared in seconds. That is a sign of a good chocolate right there. It was white, which, varies in popularity, but you like white chocolate. I mean, it really depends on how good the white chocolate is, on whether or not I like it. I like it when white chocolate is mixed with other flavors, like strawberry or matcha, because I am just a sucker for green tea. And God, green tea Kit Kats, my fave. But a plain white chocolate, if it's really good, is really nice. White chocolate raspberry. Ooh, that sounds amazing. I love raspberry. Raspberry is so good. I think it was like Benjamin Franklin who said like beer is the reason why we know God loves us and wants us to be happy. But I have to say, if there's anything other than beer, it would be chocolate. Except for, of course, chocolate farmers. There's a lot of bad things going on with that, so we won't touch that subject. Barry is the reason. Yeah, okay, that's fair. You know what's really sad is knowing that there are so many different berries in the United States and you have not had nearly enough of them. Like, I don't think you probably have never had Marionberry or boysenberry or well, there's gooseberries and cloudberries and all kinds of berries. Pride is sin for mortals, but not for angels. Damn right. And there's black raspberries. And there's all kinds of blueberries. Oh, gosh, there's so many. Boysenberry is common here. Oh, good, because I fucking love boysenberry. It's one of my favorites. Marionberry is similar to boysenberry in flavor. Just so you know. What's a blueberry? I don't know. Okay, except that Cece sent me home with blueberry honey, and it is amazing. These bees, like, they just feasted on blueberry nectar fields. And it is delicious. You know, since diabetic, I can't have much of it. So the things lasted me forever. It's gonna last me forever. But oh, it's so good. Like, you never realize how delicious something is until you can't, like, have it. Something as common, and I put common in quotes, as honey, you know, becoming something that's very, you know, just prized at this point. Calm down, Wonka, though. You have not heard me talk about pastries and flavors. Flavors are amazing things. I love flavors as much as I love aquariums and museums. Like, a shared experience is one of my love languages, and in that comes food. Like, sharing a flavor, knowing somebody knows that flavor, like, and gets giddy over it. Like, that tickles me. Like, the fact that you like white chocolate raspberry, and you know what Marionberries taste, or boysenberries taste like. I find that great. What are humans if not eating machines, right? So why not be hedonistic about it? I think that's why I, like, vibed with Innkeeper for a long time, is because of how much of a foodie they are. Because, God, I'm a fucking foodie. It is so sad that I can't, like, eat and make everything anymore. One of my favorite things was lemon bars. They're like, if you haven't had one, it's like a kind of a lemon curd on top of a shortbread, and then dusted with confectioner's sugar, or I don't know what they turn that, powdered sugar and confectioner's sugar. It's that light dusty kind. Anyway, you basically make a shortbread cookie and put it in the bottom of the pan, like you press it in, and then you make this filling which sets up as it's baked. That is just so strongly lemon flavored. Um, you have the lemon juice from the fresh lemons, but you also zest entire lemons for this. And it is very, very, very sweet because the filling is basically just sugars along with along with the lemon. There's a couple of other things in it too in order to make it like set up, but it I think it's cornstarch if I remember right. But it was one of my favorite things as a kid because my grandmother made them, and she had a lemon tree in her yard. So when she'd drive up from California to Oregon, she would bring us a whole bunch of lemons from the lemon tree. And so eventually she would make lemon bars when she came to visit, which was about the only pleasant thing about her visits, mind you. She was not a very happy woman. She was a very cynical woman. But she made amazing lemon bars. I guess that's my connection to her, is the cynicism, but also the lemon bars and the fact that she also was diabetic. So, like, growing up, honestly, I always knew somebody in the family was going to be diabetic. I just had hoped it wasn't me. Because I like food too much. Like, this is terrible. It's a bad punishment. It's a good thing I like steak. Look at this. We are almost done with whatever this is. Whoa, diabetes be upon ye. I know, right? Just got thrust up in my face like a hamster. I will never not think of Eminem with that now, by the way. Thanks, Tumblr. looks to be the end of the road. What am I missing? What am I missing? I think that is it. There we have it, ladies and folks. This is our painting for the evening. Our disassociative insomniac painting. It is I'm gonna call it Blueberry O'Keefe. It's really, really something. You think so? I think it's kind of pretty, yeah. Should we sign it like Bob Ross used to do in the corner? Let's see. We'll take our little liner brush here. Makes you think of meat. Sure. I don't know what kind of meat's green, but see if we got enough paint. And it is pigmented well enough. Because yes, of course, I paint my signature with a star on the eye. There's all kinds of colors inside a human. Oh God, Barry. Oh, that's hysterical. There, we'll date it too. Might as well. There's all kinds of colors inside a human. Yep. Yep. That's right. My goodness. All right, since that's the evening, we're gonna close on that particular statement. There are lots of colors inside a human. Yeah. Yeah. All right. It has been my pleasure to paint for you all this evening and rant about various things and being stopped from ranting. That's always much appreciated. Oh my goodness. My goodness. So, seaweed drifting in the ocean. I mean, yeah. I am gonna go get some sleep, I think, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. But have a wonderful night. It's been a blast having you all around. And, yeah. Yeah, I think I'll get some sleep, maybe. Alright. Good night.